Wiggle, wiggle, make some noise. Good morning. Actually, it is here. Good afternoon and good evening to all of y'all. Might come here. I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And, to keep us together with that law of one. So, hey, is Beat and Travis. Howdy, howdy. I'm just getting back. Me and Robert talked until 12 o'clock. So it's like, when I said, well, I'll be back on right after 12. And it's 12:18 a.m. in the morning time here in Southwest Georgia. You're riding with Hawkeye Two Feathers and Friends. And tonight's topic, native stories and legends. Um, and how it may relate to our present situations. The old stories and the new, and also in that for quite a while now, there are folks who've been tossing around this term star seeds, right? And I just got to say, listen, native peoples have many of them know that they're from the stars. And so this quote, I hate to use the word new age, but this new age kind of thinking is that, ooh, we're all star seeds and some of us are here. And that is partially true. But in that, because there are many of different types of folks on this planet, and because of heritage and background, and I don't just mean on the planet, but I mean our sure enough backgrounds going way back, right? We have the essence of different kind of critters in us, as far as different beings, different races, different, nationalities, different planets, different galaxies. Um, but and I'm trying not to be rude about the folks who talk about star seeds. What I'm trying to explain is a lot of folks already know that they are. So this new age ish thing is taking what native peoples have understood for thousands of years. And now folks are like, ooh, we're all star seeds and we're going to unlock these powers. Now, those of you who've been with me for at least some time will understand that the shaman's journey is to unlock everyone's natural powers. Your natural powers of awareness, your natural powers of, psychic energy, your natural powers of this. So this idea that somehow, not to say that they're not, but there are some star seed folks out there who are like really special. I would agree with that. Okay. But this under somehow there is this inference that this is like new information. Okay, it's not. Oh well, and look, I've been watching the Galactic Federation, the Galactic Council, the Galactic this for years. Okay, and the starseed thing and this and that, and I have compared it and still do with my shaman journey, which is just let's take what we know about the earth and just what the elders knew, and it's not any kind of new age, it's centuries and thousands of years old. Some of this information that has been passed on literally, verbally, word for word, like I've said, and it's true, the Tlingit peoples. I knew Kashka, a legend keeper, and taught me all about it. We used to sit down and have conversations and eat dinner and lunch, and he would sit me and watch me do puppet shows and laugh as hard as the children did. And so the things that he discussed, as an honest to God, sure enough, one of the legend keepers, the, I think he's passed away now. I don't know for sure, but he was in his 80s 10, 15 years ago. So he could still be alive, don't get me wrong. But um, having spoken and broken bread with a true legend keeper, what other people assume as legends or stories or whatever, and there's no fact behind it or something like that, these folks knew they came from other places long time ago. So when my reference to white people, when white people try to catch up with this, they go, "What? Well, about them Native Americans, a bunch of savages. They do dances and hit and do and drum and them savages. Okay, but these many of these white folk are trying to convince other white folk that they're somehow, star seeds. We come from the stars, but many of them will not recognize that the native folks have been talking about it for thousands of years in their stories. Give them some credit. This is not something new, okay? And after we're all dead and gone, there's still going to be star people. There's still going to be star seeds. There are still going to be people born with essences from different variations. All right. It's been going on and it'll still go on. Okay. Even if they blow this planet up and we go to someplace else, then we'll still be star people. And the video I did earlier, well, actually, it's yesterday now, but a few hours back, is about that we are one, one family, the one person is we're one family with the universe. Okay. We're not alone. There's all these other things and entities and beings and stuff. And so the folks are trying to explain, well, this is all new starseed things and stuff like that. Okay. All right. How they're going to awaken your special powers. Okay. A- Again, I'm not saying that there aren't people here that don't have certain powers, but here's the thing. And shamans and native peoples, they realize that everybody has them. Okay. Everybody is assumed to have these powers, quote, for whatever the word power means, right? I would rather use the word talent. Okay. One story I would like to read is about the native woman girl who was an excellent weaver with quills and things, And are we at the 20? That was one of the things I was trying to. You too, David. Yeah. Oh, I missed it by 6 minutes. Oh, crap. That's right. I got on here at 18. Anyway, I had to get into my little tirade. I'm not trying to make fun of the folks who talk about star seeds and all this and planets and I come from Pleiades and all this. Okie doke. Uh, okay. And I'm not saying that they ate, but I have talked about what I have felt is my relationship with Pleiades, but I don't talk about it because that's a little, to some folks, that's far fetched. So this star seed thing, it's new, it's aliens, but if you really pay attention, the aliens have been here for thousands of years and many native peoples have already known it. Okay. So I'm going to quit with the tirade thing. But if you listen to starseed people, just when you go into listening, understand this is not anything truly new. Okay. Their take on the situation is newer. And that I have seen my spaceships. Okay. I ain't had nobody walk up to me and say, "Hi, I'm from Pleiades" yet that I recall. I've had some really wicked dreams and it felt like I was off planet. I've talked about this before, but I do not discuss that it's some kind of newfangled thing. If anything, it's ancient. It's very old, and it's still going on. It's continuing today. It didn't stop suddenly, you know. Casey's talked about it as far as, we have uh, Travis, David. Oh, it'd be, yep, I'm going to light this thing. Yep, I'm still talking, ain't I? Back, oh, that was a good one. Back about 15 or 20 years ago, I was into this, woo, the star seeding of this and of that, and I still try to keep up, but they are just regurgitating the same old stuff they did 10, 15 years ago with a slightly different twist. And all these people are more in contact with the spirits and everything, and they're more in contact with the aliens. Now, I ain't saying that they're not, okay? Because I have my chats with my folk. But here's the thing: these talents, powers that they use the word power. I really hate that word. I really do, especially in this context, because each of us are powerful. Each of us has a talent. Sometimes they're benign or we don't really use them or whatever. But watching a thing about Gomer Pyle the other day about Jim Neighbors, him being gay and being golly, and then he would sing these arias and operas and stuff. And so the dichotomy or the duality, whatever you want to like try to put it in some kind of category. But people have been doing this for a long time. But so their power. Now, Gomer's power was his honesty as much as possible, as a quote, hidden gay man at that time back in the day. But most of us knew that Gomer he didn't have a girlfriend. Later on, I think they wrote him in a girlfriend, but, Gomer was, and God bless Jim Neighbors and what he did and so forth like that, and all the people's lives that he touched. He made us laugh. He still does in reruns and stuff. But to the point though, it was that here's this man that can't really talk about his personal life. That's okay. But the good things that he did was that he was a comedian, and he was and his facial expressions were great, and the fact that he could sing the way he sang, and the talents. Okay, so not about the rest of him, but what about a person's talents? Okay, so as a performer myself and storyteller and all, you have to draw on this energy from the universe to really do it well. And any decent performer who says that ain't happening, that they're lying, because when the energy's just right, man, the music sounds great, the harmony's perfect, and I mean, there's just stuff, right? Hey, Chloe, lateness, you're late? What? It's only 12:30 in the morning. You're not late, just had a mind-blowing recognition of self. Protector guardian, they say. Now, here, I know, I love you too, Chloe. I know I'm here on a mission. I have known since I was 11 years old. They have showed me things. They've said, you're from Pleiades, your essence is at least, right? Because as a child, I would wake up in the middle of the night, that was odd in itself, staring at the constellation of Pleiades, right? So for me, I don't talk about this a lot, but it is my story. It is who I am. And it started a long time ago, early on in my 69 and a quarter years. Chuckle, chuckle. But the idea, though, that some of this stuff, I've lived long enough and experienced some things, and other people, ooh, this is, and this is like, no, it really isn't. I mean, back in the 60s and the hippie days and the stuff, and uh, there are some folks, it seems that they're just starting to catch up. There's this new twist with ET, right? And that all this stuff is the Galactic Federation. And I would say that some of this, and I've listened to hours of this stuff, okay? And I will still try to listen into stuff now. But here's the thing, all that stuff that some of these galactic federations and stuff, they have still yet to prove me on this actually happened. Well, it's going to be this, and the thing is going to be like that, and we're all going to be ascended. Now, all right. They have absolutely flipping lied to us for years. So in that, I'm like, well, okay. And then I listen, and well, but there's some information about love and energy and the universe and the cosmos and stuff like that. And I go, yeah, but the shamans have been teaching this for thousands of years. It's not new. Okay. That's my point. Oh, but it's this new. No, it ain't. I'm sorry. Even the Greeks and the other and the Sumerians and the Vimanas and the Indian and the country of India and those peoples and stuff and the wars back in the day and blue people with more arms than one or two. But that what? So there's all ancient alien stuff, but to the point though, it's like the I what is with the ancient alien thing is that guess the first word ancient. So starseed new stuff ain't nothing new. Okay. I'm a white guy from Indiana. Yeah, right. Here's the thing, it's like somebody 5-year-old kid plays the piano without knowing how, right? He just does, or she. And you say, wow, they must be a starseed. Okay. Now, there were kids like that all through history. Okay, some of them, they were so smart and intelligent at 5 years old, they literally thought they were witches or demons and had been possessed, and it was not good for these kids. Okay, because they posed a problem to other people. What's that 5-year-old kid doing playing the piano? He's writing music. Mozart. You know what I mean? They really didn't like Mozart and some of those guys back in the day. A lot, but anyway, it's not new. All right, the understanding of this stuff. There are people, and I want to discuss this because this is important. Um, I don't know. Whoops, knocked over that corner. Sorry about that, man. Hang on a sec. Let me see if this is going to show up. Let me see if I can turn the camera to where. Oh yeah, okay. All right. Now, I've talked about this before, but in talking about Indian symbols and power signs and symbols and stuff, everybody seems to be doing these spirals. It was in one of the stories. Oh no, it was the card that I picked when I was on Milky Way, the grouse, and it's the spiral, the great spiral, right? So, but here's the thing, and people are not paying attention of this. Have probably been burnt on the stake. Yes, absolutely, or beheaded, or just stabbed in the back. But anyway, so I want to point this out because it's important that people think about this. So in the discussion tonight of this the swirling, the grouse dance and so forth, it's the swirling clockwise and counterclockwise. So um people are making jewelry and things like this. This is not, I'm not cutting this person down. I'm just saying, this is an example. Okay. Now, if you can see the spiral, hang on, let me do the, get it in the right. Now, this was a birthday present, and I'm not picking on the person who made it or anything like that. Okay. But you see this, if you look at it, it starts in the middle and goes this way. Okay, now that's backwards. When I'm looking at it here, the person wound the coil starting from the center of the coil, wound it around going clockwise. But when they cut the wire off, and this is what's important, because if you're going to bury a wire in a matrix, the end of the wire is going to be where the energy wants to flow from. Okay. So in this one, it's wound correctly if you look at it from the center. But you have to understand there's another side to this. Like there's another side to the dance, there's another side to the energy. If you look at it from the end of where they cut it off and trace it back, which direction are you going? Counterclockwise. What? No, no, no. The people will swear that this is a clockwise positive thing. And my argument is simple because several years ago, when I was started to make organite and stuff like this, this is a beautiful piece of work. I'm not trying to, diminish the work. My point is there are people who are making things that do not totally understand what the hell they're doing, meaning they wind it clockwise, thinking, oh, this is clockwise and the energy is going to flow. But they forget to look at where the end of the wire is, which is up here in the matrix. But if you follow it from the end of the wire towards the center, you're going counterclockwise up the wire. So the energy, if you're trying to direct energy flows. So someone says this is a positive charge because it's wound clockwise. And I look at it and I go, no, it ain't. Well, yes, it is, because it's going this way. Yeah, if you go from the center, but if you go from the end of the wire in the direction supposedly you want the energy to flow, it's counterclockwise. Why is that important to all these legends and stories and stuff? Because thousands of years ago, they knew the difference between dancing clockwise and dancing counterclockwise. Okay. And folks today are doing things with jewelry and wire and stuff like this. I have talked about this before, but see, it's a beautiful piece. I have no argument there. But the point is, somebody says, well, that's positive because it's wound clockwise. And I go, no, it's counterclockwise because of the way it ends up. Okay. So you have to think backwards. So if I want this thing to be positive, I would wind it from the center counterclockwise. But at the end where I cut it, if you follow the wire up, it would be in a clockwise position. So depending, and there's a little bit of, well, if you wind it this way, it's always positive. Not necessarily. I'm a person, that I've been told for many years is a Heoki. I've got positive and negatives. And when I was doing my training with my medicine man um, person, they were like, why are you going backwards? And I was like, what? Because I was learning, I didn't know I was going backwards. And he goes, well, normally most of us, he was speaking of other shamans and stuff, medicine men. He goes, well, we all go clockwise. And I said, well, I'm the Heoki. So for me, clockwise is counterclockwise. Because I'm the opposite, right? And not to be opposing or negative, but I'm the yin and yang. So where everybody else is going this way, for me, I got to go the other way because it feels natural. Now, not always, but so this idea though that, and that's the going left, going right. Which way are these things wound? So if somebody wants to give you something and they say that this is, this ring is positive and the way it's wound, please stop them and say, where is the end of the wire? Not at the center. Where's the end of the wire? And if you follow the wire back up towards the spiral, which way are you going? 9 times out of 10, it'll be counterclockwise. And the people who did it will swear to God that it's clockwise, and it's not. So, but why is this important? Because native peoples and folks have known this forever. They put it on cave walls and things, okay? So, but now to new agers and folks, oh, I'm gonna want the great spiral. But do you know what you're doing with it? Okay. And there are folks who claim they do, swear to God they know what they're doing, and they have not even considered what I have just said. Okay. So somebody wants to give you something and they're telling you it's a particular thing. I have discussed this over the last couple of years with other people, and they're like, they swore that this thing was like positive energy, and it just made turned me into a train wreck. I couldn't wear the piece of jewelry. It's beautiful, it's this, but it's wound backwards. And that's what other people said. And thank you for bringing it up, Hawkeye. Well, I'm bringing it up again. Why? Because in this new age, star seed, spiral, all of this is connected, but they're not really paying attention to what was written thousands of years ago and what the elders have been saying. Okay. And some of these elders are alien. Just saying. Now I've got two books um, that I have been doing stories from, but when Robert and I do stories, it's from a different book. This one is Native American Legends. Let's see, will that show up? I've had this book for forever, have read through it and this and that, because in my search for Native American stories to be able to tell with my puppets, right? Because I traveled with doing Native powwows over the years, right? And this one here is just by the way is called Spirit Medicine, and there not so many as much as stories, but Native American teachings to awaken the spirit. Okay, so star seeds, like, we all have these powers. Okay, now if somebody is talented musically, do we say that 6-year old that can play the piano, look at the power he has? No, we use the term look at the talent he has. Okay, so when folks are talking about power, it would be a whole lot better if they used the word talent, because people would like get it right. The power to disappear. Well, that's a talent, let me tell you. But, if that's what you want to do, if that's what your goal in life is to be able to walk through a wall and dematerialize, okie dokie. But, I just don't ascribe to that. I want to learn about nature. I want to learn about the universe as a naturalist. So that's my goal. But in doing so, and after all these years, I'm listening to these folks and I'm going, um, this new ager is basically saying what this culture has said and believed, and this culture has said and believed. And so, but they're presenting it as a new idea. And it just isn't. Okay. Lots of old ideas that are being brought forth new. Now, if you were a Bible person, you would say those things that were old are brought new again. This is kind of sort of a fulfillment, right? If you were into that prophecy stuff. But so anyway, there's a couple of stories, and there's one I want to read to get off my bandwagon for now. But Absolutely. The video I did earlier today was, about, the one family of the universe. Every single one of us are is quantum energy, is source energy. Absolutely. So this idea, are we seeds of the universe? You betcha. Do we come from the stars? Yes. Which one? Well, now maybe not specifically, but yeah, the answer is yeah. We don't need any religion or anybody. Oh, but they're gonna, and because we realize this, we're somehow going to awaken a power. Why don't we just say, why don't we rephrase it and say we're going to develop our natural talents, which can be powerful. But if you sell the power thing, and the more I see people using this word power on certain things, I'm like, man, they're selling a bill of goods by using the word power. Okay. If they say how to develop your spiritual talents, that makes more sense. Well, the power of healing. Okay. Well, all right. There is power in that, but people have a talent for it. You follow me? So you have the talent, which gives you the power. But if you don't develop the talent, you ain't got no power. So for me, they're like skipping a beat. They're trying to jump over something. It's like we're all going to the fifth dimension. When no, we have to go to the fourth. We must learn. So some of this, the Galactic Federation and other folks and stuff, is just like, okay. But the more that I see the now, the more that I see what some of these groups are saying and have been saying, and it's not necessarily bad, but they ain't really proved themselves yet to me. After all these years, I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, but the Galactic Federation, and they're going to do this and everything, and this is going to, okay. I still ain't seen nothing, right? So I'm still going to listen, pay attention, because one of these days it just might be correct. I have that much faith, you see. But this idea that other people are picking them, well, I'm from Andromeda, and you will listen to me because I said I'm from Andromeda. Okay. Well, I'm from Ohio. That doesn't mean you should listen to my nappy ass. Well, I'm from Pleiades, or I'm from, okay. But why should I listen to you? Why should I pay attention? Because you want to develop my powers. How about I develop my natural talents? Which could be, walking in the dark. I've talked about many of these things before and simple things that you can do to awaken your own awareness. That's a power. Okay. But for these folks, I'm just saying, it sounds like they're trying to oversell it, overbill it, overwork it. When if you just stick with the natural things, thousands of years old, you ain't gonna go wrong. Okay, just you ain't gonna go wrong. Okay, I'll quit bitching. In advertising, they're taking an old item and giving it a new face. So I want to find that story that I really wanted to read on Robert's channel, but it's a little long. And I know the shorter stories hold people's attentions better, but this is my channel. I can do what I want. And I'm kidding when I say that, but it is true. But I thought that this was, um, let me find the page, I mean, here's the title, for example. Coyote places the stars. And you go, well, okay. No, 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 no. You don't understand. Coyote places the stars. These folks have been aware of the stars, whether Coyote put them up there or not. That's not the point. They have been aware of the stars forever. Okay. Just, um, I know I'm close. Here we are. In a couple, I don't know if it was last show, but in one of the shows fairly recently with Milky Way with Robert, um, we were talking. Read a story or two about how critters went up into the clouds, and I think one of them was warmth, and they went up into the clouds because it was cold, and they went up there to see if they could find the sun, and come to find out that Mother Bear or something was hiding it in a bag, and so they stole warmth and brought it back down to earth for the rest of the critters. So they've understood that up above in the clouds or whatever, they accept that there are other worlds in the clouds. You understand? Where other folks, well, that's just a legend. Okay. Oh, in reading the story about um, uh, the giant and how we got mosquitoes, okay, which I read. The one of the things that in it was like so. He asked the boy, the small giant. He said, "Where is the giant's heart?" And he said, "In his heel." And so as the giant put his foot into the door, Lizard stabbed it with his dagger and killed the giant by stabbing him in the heart, which was in his heel. Now, if you think about Greek mythology, who was it that if the Achilles heel, he was shot in the foot and it killed him? Okay, so wait, now there's opposite sides of the planet, but his heart's in his heel. Achilles, his energy and his magic was in his heel. I'm in tune with my, yeah. And Travis, here's the thing. When you first looked out the window and said, "Ooh, that's a nice day out there," versus understanding more about nature and accepting it and so forth, it means more now than it did before. I mean, for me, every time I go out and be in nature, it's just like, it's just sort of adds to it, right? But so anyway, as I was reading this story before we went on the air on Milky Way, I was like, man, I'd really like to, but it's a little long. Okay, I'm trolling for it now. Um, nope, I must have passed it. Sorry, y'all. Is it? Oh, it's always time to smoke one. But it's almost 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Southwest Georgia. Um, I always pray each and every day that um, each and every one of you and your friends and family will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that, through all the legends and stuff about, use bear medicine to go inside, the great mystery of life. Everything is with everything is in the great mystery. And so, the New Agers, well, that's the Akashic Record, and that's to that, boys and girls, and that's the New Age. These folks have been practicing this for thousands. I'm just saying. I know I'm on my tirade again. It's not new, okay? It's not new. But here's the deal: if it's not new, but they got to repackage it, maybe there's something to it. You know what I mean? If they have to repackage it to get everybody on board with this, the natives had it all along. You know what I mean? So this story, I'm gonna take a hit, get a drink. The name of this story is called Quill Work Girl and Her Seven Star Brothers. And it's a Cheyenne story. Several pages long, might be 20 minutes ish, um, but it's an interesting story. So, and it talks about the stars again. And I thought about this, and guess what? You know, so they were telling stories as how the stars got there, but they believed their ancestors were there. That some of them walked on the earth and went to the stars. You see, so in whatever way it is, white folks aren't taught that. And the stories of native folks, they start them out when they're little kids telling them these stories, their history. Okay. As Koshka would say, you might not believe it, but that's what the stories that are 3,700 years old, that this is the history of us, meaning the Tlingit people and the tribe. So, anyway, drink. How y'all are out there tonight? Travis, no, it is the man that pretended to be dead that cut the giant's head with his own blade. Lizard had bear go down the chimney and, yeah, right, right. You got that right. And shoved two hot coals in the bear's throat, and the bear fell off the roof and was dead. And then he cut him up and skinned him and that. But yeah. But there were two stories tonight with hot rocks in them, you know what I mean? So, but to the point, yeah. Steve, several like the Hopi, the Dogon. I mean, there are a lot of native um, peoples who believe in, like uh, it's one of the. It might be the Navajo that believe they're from the star system of Sirius, the dog star. And oh, hush, Pearl, just hush. It sounds good. The skitty sounds good. Well, so does the fudge, but you know, I got chocolate in different forms. I don't have skitty. But when I was at the store the other day, and going through I've got a lot of pasta, but I didn't have any skitty. I was like, so now I bought skitty when I was at the store. Isn't that interesting? Anyway, um, it's actually 1 o'clock a.m. Eastern Daylight Time down here in Southwest Georgia. Top of the hour, smoke if you got them. It's balmy 62 degrees here in near Meigs, Georgia. And it's the fog has been really strange the last couple of days. But anyway, growing up around Tampa, this time of year with the weather changes and stuff, um, it was more common. The fog would roll in, and I love walking in the fog at night. I just don't know what it is about it. I think I must have been a vampire in a previous life or something. But anyway, used to go walking through. There was a famous, to us, it was famous. It's still in downtown Tampa, and I think it's almost right across the street from the Hillsborough County Jail where I was locked up for a year, serving state time. But when I was a kid in high school, it was just a cool old cemetery, and there's the old type rock around the outside of this thing, and it takes up a good city block there in Tampa, uh, kind of sort of downtown, Moorish. But I remember walking through there wearing old clothes in the wintertime and walking through and looking at the grave sites. And right across one of the streets down there was a bar. And I remember this drunk, falling down, came out of that bar, with a bottle in his hand. And it was 11:30, 12 o'clock at night, because back then in high school, I had to be home at a certain time. But We came out of that cemetery, and the old guy was walking along, and he took one look at us, and he went, "Holy shit, are you dead or what? I don't want to know." And he turned around and walked the other way. It was like, whoa. And we just popped out of the cemetery in some old World War II. I had a great coat from World War II that I bought at the local Salvation Army Goodwill. Was very much into that back in the day and got in trouble for it all the time. And I was like, no, I want to, honor the servicemen, but you shouldn't wear that shit to school. Anyway, I was always in trouble for something. It was my statement, you know. Um, but the energy and so forth that we portray, and when you look at history of stuff, and you have to look at it, and many of these people now, for those of you who listen to Dante's channel, okay, called The Cause. All right. And so if you and I've been watching Dante for a bunch of years now. So, but this idea though that there are folks out there that will tell you what they think they know, and they really don't know. They really don't. They're guessing. It's a hypothesis. It's a theory because the information that they base it on is not necessarily do you use it across the board in all situations. And there are some scientists who tend to do that with things. So, but the interesting thing, there is a correlation to why I'm talking about this. The correlation is that no matter where the Indian peoples were, they didn't have the internet. They may have used birds or something for whatever, but they didn't even have horses in the Americas until like the 1500s and so forth. When the Spaniards came, bastards, and then the English and the French and all them sons of bitches. But anyway, um, the idea though that these folks were doing just fine until the white man showed up. Okay. And the interesting thing is, it seems that there are so, especially with my deeper study and having hung out with a bunch of Native Americans and powwows and stuff, in my study after all these 40 years, some odd years, uh, particularly, and 15 years really solid, sure enough, there, and a lot of powwows and meeting and greeting and all. So, and there's more study, but I mean, 15 years of really at it. Um, and I look at some of the new stuff and go, that story's based on. Now, in reading the story about the giant and the heart in his heel, I was like, oh, I almost stopped and went, oh my God, that's Achilles. Different story, a slightly different scenario, right? But his heart's in his heel. Could have been anywhere else. You know what I mean? Now, were they talking about Achilles? Now, Achilles wasn't a giant, but Achilles was a hero. And the stories tonight was about monsters and heroes. So the monster, his spot was in the heel. Achilles, which to the folks of Troy, Uh, they thought of Achilles as because he was a demigod, right? They dipped him into holy water, and the only place that they didn't get him dipped was his heel, right? So, raining again, or the fog's getting thicker. But the idea, so there are these similarities in stories from different parts of the world, and them folks didn't have cell phones. You know what I mean? So, this particular story, when I was reading it before we went on the air, I was like, okay, let's talk about this. You know what I mean? It's great seeing faces. Add your pictures to your profile, please. That's a really loud noise. I hear it. Just calm down. Yeah, that's and the Nephilim, right. And here's the thing, were there Nephilim? Yes. Was it like the Bible said? Not really. I mean, they have twisted the story so badly. And we were Robert and I were discussing the giant issue, and folks that talk about the pyramids and all this stuff, but I don't know of anyone that I can recall offhand that has ever discussed giants like I have discussed giants as part of the history that they just don't want to include in it, right? And there's just so much obvious. If we can't pick up these rocks today with what we have and the equipment and all the stuff we got, they didn't do it with no picks and shovels and a little old copper axe or whatever. No. So ancient aliens, absolutely ancient something, right? I always and I still think that if you just put the giants in the equation, problem solved. The giants help build this stuff because they're great, big, huge guys. Why is one over was buried around Göbekli Tepe? He might have got killed from something crashing on his head. You know what I mean? So I'm really on this high horse, I guess, about it. In that maybe in trying to get other people's attention to join the ET cause, they're dragging up all these old ancient things and repurposing the stories. So I'm glad, but I just as I've already said, and I'm going to remind you again that there's a lot of good evidence that these stories and everything are much older, and it's not anything new agey. The quill work girl and her seven-star brothers. Okay. Now this let's see. I have to do my double glasses. This is Cheyenne. For some reason I thought it said Ojibwe. Um Told by one of the strange Owl family in Bernay, Montana in 1972. Okay. So that's easily within my lifetime. I graduated high school in 70, but the story was told that far back. So, I a couple of these stories that I looked at were like 1883, 1906. A long time ago. Yep, it's 111. Yep, on 12/8/2021. In another Cheyenne tale, the buffalo are villains instead of benevolent animals who give their flesh so that people may live. This story's different, right? One of the reasons I wanted to read it. So it says hundreds of years ago, put it more like 1,000, was a girl who was very good at quill work. So good that she was the best among all the tribes everywhere. Now, that's a hell of a statement, right? Her designs were radiant with color, and she could decorate anything: clothing, pouches, quivers, even teepees. One day, this girl sat down in her parents' lodge and began to make a man's outfit of white buckskin: war shirt, leggings, moccasin, gauntlets, everything. It took her weeks to embroider them with exquisite quill work and fringes of buffalo hair, marvelous to look at. Though her mother said nothing, she had wondered. The girl had no brothers, nor was a young man courting her. So why was she making a man's outfit? As if that wasn't strange enough, no sooner had she finished the first outfit that she began working on a second, and then on a third. She worked all year until she had made and decorated 7 complete sets of men's clothes, the last a very small one. The mother just watched and kept wondering. At last, after the girl had finished the seventh outfit, number 7, spoke to her mother. So the young girl said, "Someplace many days' walk from here live 7 brothers," she said. "Someday all the world will admire them. Since I am an only child, I want to take them for my brothers, and these clothes are for them." "It is well, my daughter," her mother said, "and I will go with you." "Well, but this is too far for you to walk," the girl said. "Then I will go part of the way," said the mother. So they loaded their strongest dogs with the 7 bundles and set off towards the north. "You seem to know the way," said the mother. "Yes, I don't know why, but I do," answered the daughter. "And you seem to know all about those 7 young men and what makes them stand out from ordinary humans," said the mother. "I know about them," said the girl, "though I don't know how." Thus they walked, the girl seeming sure of herself, and at last the mother said, "This is as far as I can go." They divided the dogs. The girl kept 2 for her journey until they took leave of each other. Then the mother headed south, back to her village and her husband, while the daughter continued walking into the north. At last the daughter came to a lone, painted, and very large teepee, which stood near a wide stream. The stream was shallow, and she waded across it, calling, "It is I, the young girl looking for brothers, bringing gifts." At that, a small boy, about 10 years old, came out of the teepee. "I'm the youngest of the 7 brothers," he told the girl. "The others are out hunting buffalo, but they will come back after a while. I've been expecting you," he said. "But you'll be a surprise to my brothers, because they don't have my special gift of knowing and of no touch." "What is the gift of no touch?" asked the girl. "Sometime you will find out," said the boy. "Well, come into the teepee." Uh, the girl gave the boy the smallest outfit, which fitted him perfectly and delighted him with its beautiful colors and the quill work. "I shall take you all for my brothers," the girl told him. "And I'm glad to have you for a sister," answered the boy. The girl took all of the other bundles off of her 2 dogs' backs and told them to go back to her parents. And at once the dogs began trotting south. Inside the teepee were 7 bundles, and there were 7 beds of willow sticks and sage. The girl unpacked her bundles and put the war shirt, a pair of leggings, a pair of moccasins, and a pair of gauntlets upon each of the older brothers' beds. Then she gathered wood and built a fire. From her packs, she took dried meat, dried chokecherries, and kidney fat, and cooked a meal for 8. Toward evening, just as the meal was ready, the 6 older brothers appeared laden with buffalo meat. The little boy ran outside the lodge and capered and kicking his heels and jumping up and down and showing off his quilled buckskin outfit. "Where did you get those fine clothes?" his brothers asked. "We have a new sister," he said excitedly. "She's waiting inside and she has clothes for you too. She does the most perfect quilt work in the world, and she's beautiful herself," said the boy. The brothers greeted the girl joyfully. They were struck with wonder at the white buckskin outfit she had brought as gifts for them. White buckskin, beautiful. They were as glad to have a sister to care for as she was to have brothers to cook and make clothes for. Thus they lived happily. Now, one day, after the older brothers had gone out to hunt, a light colored buffalo calf appeared at the teepee and scratched and knocked with its hoof against the entrance flap. The boy came out and asked it what it wanted. "I'm sent by the Buffalo Nation," said the calf. "We have heard of your beautiful sister, and we want her for our own." "Well, you can't have her," answered the boy. "Go away." "Oh, well," said the buffalo calf, "then somebody bigger than I will come." And the calf ran off jumping and kicking its heels. The next day, when the boy and the sister were alone again, a young heifer buffalo arrived, lowing and snorting and rattling the entrance flap of the teepee. Once more, the child came out and looked at the animal and said, "What do you want?" "I am sent by the Buffalo Nation," said the heifer. "We want your beautiful sister for ourselves." "But you can't have her," said the boy again. "Go away." The buffalo said, "Then somebody bigger than I will come," said the heifer, galloping off like the calf before her. On the third day, a large buffalo cow, grunting loudly, appeared at the lodge. The boy came out and asked, "Big buffalo cow, what do you want?" "I'm sent by the Buffalo Nation," said the cow. "I've come to take your beautiful sister. We want her for ourselves." "But you can't have her," said the boy again. "Go away." "Somebody very big will come after me," said the buffalo cow. "And he won't come alone. He'll kill you if you don't give him your sister." With these words, the cow trotted off. On the fourth day, the older brother stayed home to protect the girl. The earth began to tremble a bit and then to rock and heave. At last appeared the most gigantic buffalo bull in the world, much larger than any you see now. Behind him came the whole Buffalo Nation, making the earth shudder, pawing the ground. The huge bull snorted and bellowed like thunder. The six older brothers, peering out through the entrance hole, were very much afraid. But the little boy stepped boldly outside. "Big, oversized buffalo bull, what do you want from us?" said the young boy. "I want your sister," said the giant buffalo bull. "If you won't give her to me, I'll kill you all." Well, the boy called out for his sister and older brothers to come out. Terrified, they did so. "I'll take her now," growled the huge bull. "No," said the boy. "She doesn't want to be taken. You can't have her. Go away." "In that case, I'll kill you now," roared the giant bull. "I'm coming." "Quick, brother, use your special medicine," the six older brothers cried to the youngest. "I am using it," he said. "Now, all of you catch hold of the branches of this tree. Hurry. So he pointed to a tree growing near the teepee. The girl and the six brothers jumped up into its branches. The boy took his bow and swiftly shot an arrow into the tree's trunk and then clasped the trunk tightly himself. All at once, the tree started to grow, shooting up into the sky in no time at all. It all happened much, much quicker than it can be told. The brothers and the girl were lifted up in the tree branches out of the reach of the buffalo. They watched their herd of angry animals grunting and snorting and milling about the tree far below. I'll chop the tree down with my horns, roared the giant buffalo. He charged the tree, which shook like a willow and swayed back and forth. Trying not to fall off, the girl and the brothers clutched onto the branches. The big bull had gouged a large piece of wood from the trunk. The little boy said, I'd better use one more arrow. He shot an arrow high into the treetop, and again the tree grew, shooting up another 1,000 feet or so, while the seven brothers and the girl rode with it. The giant buffalo bull made his second charge. Again his horns stabbed into the tree and splintered wood far and wide. The gash in the trunk had become larger. The boy said, I must shoot another arrow. He did, hitting the treetop again, and quick as a flash, the tree rose another 1,000 foot. A third time the bull charged, rocking the tree, making it sway from side to side so that the brothers and the girl almost tumbled out of the branches. They cried to the boy to save them. The child shot forth an arrow into the tree, which rose again so that the seven young men and the girl disappeared into the clouds. The gash in the tree trunk had become dangerously large. Ooh. When the bull charges us again, he will shatter this tree, said the girl. Little brother, help us. Just as the bull charged for the fourth time, the child loosed the single arrow he had left, and the tree rose above the clouds. Quick, step out right on the clouds. Hurry, cried the little boy. Don't be afraid. The bull's head hit the tree trunk with a fearful impact. His horns cut the trunk in two, but just as the tree slowly began to topple, the seven brothers and the girl stepped off its branches and into the sky. There, the eight of them stood. Little brother, what will become of us now? We can never return to the earth. We're up too high. What shall we do? Don't grieve, said the little boy. I'll turn us all into stars. At once, the seven brothers and the girl were bathed in radiant light. They formed themselves into what the white men call the Big Dipper. Now, I would take big out of it and say it's the Little Dipper, but you can see them there now. The brightest star is the beautiful girl who is filling the sky with glimmering quill work, and the star twinkling at the very end of the dipper's handle is the little boy. Can you see him? Now, um, the Big Dipper does not have the North Star in it. It's the Little Dipper that does. Okay, but and wait, maybe I do have that backwards. But anyway, but to the point, so they're talking about stars and who's in them and what part they had, and they had no problem believing in that they came from the stars and went to the stars. So, but anyway, um, now here's another. How y'all doing there? Oh my God. Okay. So can I smoke with you now and take a break? Um, yeah, it's SIRIUS. Uh, not EUS, by the way, if you're talking about the star system. It's spelled differently. Not picking on you. I just saw that. I'm here with you. Yep. The two things I thought that was interesting about that story was that most of the time the buffalo's the good guy. This one he wasn't. And that, there's this thing about going to the stars, right? Um, that chronic yo, yeah. Hey man, that chronic yo. But so was it interesting at all? Y'all don't have to pump up my ego. That ain't it. But um I just found it. This next one is a little long. You suck at spelling. It's okay. I'm not picking on you. I was just like, did you know? It was more of like, knowledge. Anyway, um, there's a couple of them. Oh, hey, Amanda, how are you? Yeah, if I were to be like really honest with everybody, I'd be bitching about how my back has been hurting and how I haven't been able to really get things done the last several days. And, I could really like, and it has been that way. But here's the thing, I've been in a good mood, even though pain and it's raining outside and there's things I want to do, but I've had to like, well, not today, well, and the pain. Oh, dear Lord, the pain. But, everything's groovy still, you know what I mean? So I could focus on all the crappy stuff, or I could choose not to, and I choose not to. Uh, if I think about something else or read a story or, I get on here and be crazy with you people. Um, and Robert V and I were talking when we ended the show about how we're both so pleased with all of you who come and show up to listen to the stories or participate and share in the chat rooms and so forth, and we feel so blessed. And as I've discussed before, how Brian and I felt about many of these things, and and that it's not about the quantity of people, but it's always about the quality of people. And one thing I will say again, there are folks who come on this channel because I've talked to some people, and and noticing by comments and things that some people don't want to comment in the chat room because they have a tendency to like maybe feel out of place. And you folks have always been gracious now, and you have protected me and the chat room against other people who are not nice, and we ain't going to go in there and mention no names enough because we ain't into that, though. That anyone who is respectable and honorable, whether they agree with us or not, are welcome to come, provided they, don't pick on anybody or whatever, and they're respectable. Those are the basic rules. And I'm not had to stop anyone or ban anyone from this channel. There have thank you. I love you all too, um, but the thing is that that's the kind of environment that's here, right? It is on purpose, but anybody can come in and hang out. And there are some of you folks who like start and go, I wonder what this crazy man's all about. And now we're fast friends, and y'all are come and hang out with me for 5 or 6 or 8 hours or something, like crazy people like David Castle. I love sharing that. Yeah. It's absolutely great. Yeah, Amanda, if you need some prayers, let's send a good thought your way. Um, but and having people behind us and knowing, like that short video I did earlier, yes, oh my God, it's an hour and what? It's really short, right, compared to me. But the family of one in the universe. So many people, and I have lived through it myself, and I ain't gonna go through the whole conversation I had in the other video, but the being lonely in the universe. But the more you understand our part in the universe, our part of the universe, and for those star seeds folks who are have special powers, we all have talents. Each one of us can develop them, and we might have known each other in a previous life. I know, I don't think Barry's in the house, is he? But there are too many things that Barry and I have in common. It's like, man, dude, So, and some of you others too, right? But anyway, where they learn English, German, it in German is pronounced like E, et, in English. Yeah, I don't know if that's right. That crazy guy is just one like me. Score. Yeah, see, I knew some folks earlier on, and that I won't mention any names, but long haired and talked about stuff, and then they just got ornery and grumpy. And no matter how I asked some of these people uh, questions, I was very much into being careful with my words, and I did not want to seem like I was trolling. But these people were just, well, that's just a stupid question. And then I'm like, oh, really? Well, I can talk on that subject for 5 hours. Well, then why don't you start your own YouTube channel? And here I am. But I realized that some of the basic information and knowledge that I have uh, just from living, being a Boy Scout and a person in the woods, but for those people who have never experienced that kind of thing, oh my God, through my living down here in the swamp and my choice, I have learned so many things that a lot of people will never ever get to experience. And some of it is like good for them, but at the same time, um, would they be able to survive in really bad circumstances, right? I don't hope for that in any way. But I chose my path. Sometimes I've had little side paths that were chosen for me, you know. So Hawkeye, I so wait, I so promise about 85 to 90% of the things you have said and brought up during this sharing of love chat, I promise I've said not even hours ago, just tonight, a friend can actually hear you now through my phone. And I'm like, oh my God, your keyboard won't just switch to German anymore. My grandmother, um, on the adopted mother's side, stepmother, Granny Raleigh, she was a Funderhide, and and Grossmother was straight off the boat from Germany, and but all of her kids were she had 7 kids, all girls, by the way, and Aunt B and Bessie and um, and Grandma, but Aunt Dorothy. Um, the interesting thing was is that Aunt Dorothy and Grossmother lived really close to where the Knoll house was. Like there was the the gravel pit, and then on the other end of the gravel pit was Aunt Dorothy's house. Well, this way on the gravel pit, the second house from the gravel pit was Grandma Knowles. So it's like, okay. But anyway, I found it interesting. But the German and the this and the that, and, so I had a little bit of German in with me back then. And I can't remember it now, but, they taught us how to, as little kids, they taught us how to do numbers and how to say certain things rather than just Gesundheit, but anyway. So I love you all. Going to take another hit, have some coffee. There's these stories are a little long, just a little bit. Um, for the other show, as far as a time constraint, because anything past 2 pages is like a little long to be read. So, but here, if it's a little long, um, it's okay because I have no time constraints with this show, as y'all well know, right? Um, is this the one? Wait a minute. I'm looking for the story. One was down here, but it's all within like 20 pages. Quill Girl. Yeah, that story there is way too long. But anyway, hang in there. Um, I there are two stories. This one is a little man with hair all over, and this other one is the son of light kills the monster. So, but I simply because little man with hair all over is first in the book. That's where I'm going to start. But it's a few pages long. Uh, Not bad. Anyway, so bear with me. If not, talk amongst yourselves. And I mean that politely and with love with y'all. I miss doing readings and stories like I used to. So this here is my late night radio. Here's a story, y'all. You know, I hope you like it. It's an interesting, kind of strange, twisty thing. So, it is that. So, some of these stories are like, what? But anyway, it's a two glasses deal. All right. Oh, that was a good one. Good hit. Little man was hairier than skunk. Hair grew out of his nose and his nostrils. He had thick, matted hair between his buttocks. He was not particularly good looking, and he smelled as if he didn't wash very often. But he was a merry fellow who laughed a lot, and he never had any trouble finding pretty girls to share his blanket. He was always on the move, eager to discover new things. Little man with hair all over was small, but he succeeded in everything that he did. He was tough in a fight. So they called him for whenever there was something dangerous to do. When a bear monster went on a rampage, ripping up lodges with his huge claws and eating the people inside, Little Man with Hair All Over had no trouble killing it. For this, his grateful people gave him a magic knife. One time when Little Man was traveling, he met two brothers and asked what they were up to. We're looking for adventure, they answered. That's exactly what I'm doing. Let's join up and travel together, said Little Man. What do they call you? My name is Smoking Mountain, said one. I'm the oldest. This one here is Broken War Club. Well, the three wandered on together and after a while came to a fine, large lodge with plenty of buffalo robes lying around. Outside, there were racks with jerk meat, and someone had left a large cooking kettle, uh, but the lodge was deserted. There was no trace of any human beings. I like this place, said Little Man. Let's stay a while. Well, somebody must own it, said Smoking Mountain. Well, said Little Man, if someone comes and claims it, I won't mind. And if nobody shows up, I won't mind that either. So they stayed. Little Man said to Smoking Mountain, let's go hunting. Broken War Club can stay and cook some of that jerk meat for supper. So two of them took their bows and arrows and went out. But when their hunters came back to camp, there was no supper. Broken War Club was lying under a buffalo robe, moaning and groaning. What's the matter with you? Asked Little Man. You look as if you've been in a fight. I'm too embarrassed to tell, answered Broken War Club. Suit yourself, said Little Man. And they ate some cold jerk meat. The next day, Little Man with Hair All Over said to Broken War Club, let's go out and hunt. Smoking Mountain can stay here and cook. But when the two came back again, they found Smoking Mountain also lying under a buffalo robe, moaning and groaning. What happened to you, friend? Said Little Man. You look as if you've been in a fight. I'm too ashamed to tell, answered Smoking Mountain. Well, you two are some fine cooks, remarked Little Man. And again they ate their jerk meat cold. The next morning, Little Man told the brothers, you go out and hunt, and I'll stay and cook. And when the brothers came home with their meat, they found a fine supper waiting. Has anybody been here? Asked Smoking Mountain. Under that robe over there, said Little Man, pointing to a buffalo robe on the floor. There's a large flat stone, and under the stone, there's a hole. Someone lifted the stone, came out of the hole, and crept out from under the robe. And then what happened? Asked the brothers. Well, well, the same thing that happened to you. An ugly dwarf, only as big as my hand, but monstrously strong, tried to beat me up with his whip. So that's why you were moaning and groaning. And you were ashamed to tell because he was so small. Ah, said the brothers, he whipped you too. No, said Little Man. I didn't give him the chance. I killed him and threw him down that hole. Smoking Mountain pushed aside the robe, lifted up the stone, and peeked down. This is a very deep hole, he said. It must lead to the dwarf's home. I wish I could go down and find out. Little Man with Hair All Over said, that's easy. He took hold of the big cooking kettle and fastened a long rawhide rope to its handle. Climb into the kettle, said uh, Smoking Mountain, and we'll let you down. Then we'll draw you up and you can tell us about it. So they lowered Smoking Mountain down the hole and after a while pulled him up. Smoking Mountain reported, "Well, I landed right on top of that dwarf. You really fixed him good. It was dark and damp down there, and I could hear strange noise, like an animal snorting. I didn't feel comfortable in that spot, in that place." "Well, let me down," said Broken War Club. "I'm not afraid." So they let him down and after a while pulled him back up. He said, "I went a little further. There's a door down there, a kind of hole in a cave wall covered with a rock. I heard that noise too. It sounds like a deep growl rather than a snort, but I didn't want to go in there." "Well, let me down," said Little Man with Hair All Over. After they had lowered him down, Little Man found the entrance door, listened to the growling snort or snorting growl. He rolled the rock out of the way and found himself in a cave like room face to face with a two-headed monster. The monster growled, "Where is my son? Have you seen him? He is only so big." "That must be the dwarf I killed," said Little Man with Hair All Over. "I left his body outside." At this, the monster roared and attacked. Little Man managed to cut off one of its head with his magic knife, but the monster continued fighting just as savagely. They struggled until Little Man succeeded in cutting off the other head. Looking past the monster's corpse, Little Man saw another door opposite the first one. It too was stopped with a big rock. From behind came a truly terrifying, growling, snorting, and snuffling as from a horde of strange beasts. "I wonder who that could be," he thought, rolling the rock out of the way. In the next room, he found a scaly man monster with three heads, all of which were snorting and growling and snuffling at the same time. "Where is my son? The one with two heads?" the monster asked. "Grandfather, or is it grandfather's? He is dead. I had to kill him because otherwise I think he would have killed me. He was mad because I killed his son, your grandson, probably, the evil little dwarf with the whip." At this, the three-headed monster hurled himself at the little man. The three heads foamed at the lips, snarled, and bit. One at a time," said Little Man with Hair All Over, as he cut the three heads off, one after the other. "They really make me sweat," he said. Looking around, he discovered yet another door, behind which he heard howling, shuffling, snarling, and growling. "This is getting boring," he said, as he rolled the rock aside and met a horny skinned, four headed man monster. This one asked no questions, but immediately jumped at Little Man with four sets of teeth biting, snapping, and tearing. The monster's skin was so tough, especially at the necks, that it resisted the magic knife. Even when Little Man had finally cut off three of the four heads, the man monster fought as fiercely as ever. That fourth head was the toughest. It bit a good sized piece out of Little Man's shoulder before he managed to cut the head off. Panting and exhausted, Little Man with Hair All Over kicked the giant body of the monster and said, "There, you wicked little thing." Again he looked around and saw a door. "Not again," he said, but he listened, and behind it he heard the sweet song of young girls. Ah, this is much better, said Little Man with Hair All Over, as he rolled the last rock aside. He stepped into the last chamber and found three very pretty young women. Are the monsters out there relatives of yours? Asked the little man. No, 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 in no way, answered the maidens. These horrible monsters have been keeping us prisoner for their own pleasure. We've been having a hard life. I believe it, he said. Handsome young warrior, said one of the girls. Surely you've come to free us. Well, I don't know about handsome, said Little Man with Hair All Over, but free you I will. Oh, and you are handsome, said the bold girl. I like a little hairy, lusty fellow. Then you've met the right man, he said. He looked around and saw wonderful things that the monsters had taken from their victims. Buckskin robes decorated with multicolored porcupine quills, well made weapons, war bonnets of eagle feathers, and much more. Enough here for three friends to divide, said Little Man. And isn't it a better and better, said the three good looking girls. Little Man with Hair All Over gathered up the many fine things in a bundle and walked to the hole underneath the lodge. Ho, friends, he hollered. Here are some good things for us to divide. He placed the bundle in the kettle, and the two brothers in the lodge pulled it up, and they called down, Are you coming up now? Not yet, he answered. First, pull up these three young, pretty ones, well worth meeting. The brothers lowered the kettle again, and one by one drew the women up. The little man called out, I'm coming up now. He climbed into the kettle. When they had pulled him halfway up, Broken War Club said to Smoking Mountain, Let's drop him back down. Then we can keep these pretty girls and all the fine things for ourselves. No, said Smoking Mountain. Little Man has been a good friend to us. But Broken War Club had already cut the rawhide rope, and Little Man fell all the way down with a big clatter. He was stunned, but recovered quickly, saying, Some fine friends I chose. Without the rope in the kettle, Little Man with Hair All Over had a hard time climbing up into the lodge. He tried 4 times before he finally did it. Now I'll find these no good brothers, he said. Traveling along what he believed to be the trail of Smoking Mountain and Broken War Club, Little Man heard some people quarreling. He followed the sound and came upon the body of a big elk, over which a wasp, a worm, and a woodpecker were squabbling. My friends, Little Man with Hair All Over said, There's enough here for all. Let me settle this for you, and I'll stop all the fuss. He gave the bones to the woodpecker, the fat to the wasp, and the meat to the worm, and everybody was satisfied. Thank you, Uncle, for settling this matter and making peace between us, they said. In return, if you ever find yourself in trouble, you can assume any of our shapes. You can turn yourself into a worm, a wasp, or a woodpecker. Thank you, I appreciate it, said Little Man. Always following the trail, he came at last to a lodge standing in a clearing in the forest. At once he turned himself into a woodpecker, flew up to the pole above the smoke hole, and looked down. Ah, he said to himself, here are the two no good brothers talking to the three girls. Then he turned himself into a wasp and flew down into the lodge, where he settled on the shoulder of the bold girl. Nobody noticed him. The bold girl said, I'm still angry with you men. It was mean to drop that nice little fellow. He was brave, and I was fond of him. I hope he's well wherever he is. Smoking Mountains added, yes, it wasn't right. I tried to stop it, but this one here had already cut the rope. Broken War Club just laughed. Brother, don't talk like a fool. It was so funny dropping that hairy, useless man down there and listening to him squeal. Look at all the riches I got for us, and look at these pretty girls who, thanks to me, make our nights pleasant. Yes, I still have to laugh when I think of that hairy one clattering down and squealing. I don't remember having squealed, said Little Man with hair all over, quickly turning himself back into a man. Let's see who'll be squealing now. Broken War Club tried to run away, but Little Man seized him by the hair and cut his throat with the magic knife. Then he kicked Smoking Mountain in the backside. Coward! You could have defied your younger brother and gotten me out of that hole. If you ever cross my path again, I'll kill you the way I killed this one. Smoky Mountain slunk away. Then Little Man returned to the women. Good looking girls, will you take me for a husband? I'm man enough for three. I'm small, but not everywhere. Ooh, handsome one, said the bold girl. Since we are three sisters, it's only fitting for us to have one husband. So Little Man with hair all over married the girls, and they were all very happy together. After Little Man had lived with them for a while, he said, my dears, I've not made to always stay in one place. Now and then I just have to roam and discover things. I've left enough meat, pemmican tongues, and back fat so last you a good many days. I won't be away for long, so don't be afraid. Thus Little Man with hair all over went traveling again. He came to a lodge inside which a pretty young woman was crying. He went in and asked, good looking one, what's the matter? A slimy water monster is keeping me prisoner, and I hate his embraces. I've tried and tried to run away, but he always catches me and brings me back. Dry your tears, said Little Man. I'll kill this monster and marry you. I already have three wives, but I can easily take care of one more. I'd like that, said the woman, but no one can kill him. I can kill any monster with my magic knife. I am forever rescuing pretty maidens imprisoned by evil monsters. I'm quite used to it, actually. You can't kill this one, even with a magic knife, because he's many monsters in one. There's a secret way to kill him, and if you don't happen to know it, he'll kill you. And so, what is this secret way? I don't know, she said. I've never had a chance to ask, but tonight the monster comes back, and I'll try to get it out of him. Hide yourself in the meantime. Well, that's easy, said Little Man, turning into a woodpecker and flying to the top of the pole just above the smoke hole. At nightfall, the water monster returned. Looking down from the perch, Little Man thought, this is indeed an ugly, slimy monster. The creature threw some meat to the girl, saying, I just drowned and ate some humans. So I'm full. But here's some antelope meat for you. Just like that, said the girl. You know that horn coming out of your forehead is dirty. Let me clean it for you. It's really quite handsome. Bob, you pleasant today for a change, said the monster, instead of scowling and sour faced. Perhaps you're beginning to appreciate me. How could anyone not appreciate you? Said the girl. Tell me, said, in case of trouble, I can help you. What's the only way I can kill? What's the only way to kill you? The monster grinned horribly and said, "Well, here I am, the great water monster. If you kill me, a huge grizzly bear will come out of me, and out of him a smaller brown bear, and out of him a panther, and out of the panther a wolf, and out of the wolf a wolverine, and out of that a fox, and out of that a rabbit. Out of the rabbit will come quail, and out of the quail an egg. Only by dashing this egg against the horn in my forehead can I be killed." Little man heard it all. At once he flew down into the lodge, resumed his own shape, and attacked the great water monster with his magic knife. One after another, he killed all the animals climbing out of the monster, and at last dashed the eggs against the monster's horn. "You're brave and powerful," said the girl. "I'm yours." So Little Man with Hair All Over took her as his fourth wife and carried her home into his lodge, together with all the treasures which the monster had amassed through robbing and murder. And Little Man had been right. He was man enough for 4 wives, with a little left over. I just found that to be an interesting story. Like, what? Little man and a little left over at the end. I was like, what? So he had enough to um, satisfy all 4 women. Okay. Um, this story here, how y'all doing? Roman, how are you? Yeah, we do that at times, the sleeping thing, and I'm the crazy one that stays up and does all this stuff. It's 2:05 a.m. in the morning time, 62 degrees here in near Meigs, Georgia, at Southwest Georgia. We hope that all of you, wherever you are as warm and snug as you can possibly be, and that you're doing as well as possible under the circumstances. I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers, aka David Noel, and I'm doing stories out of this book that I read from with Robert V on Milky Way Soul Tribes thing, and it's Native American myths and legends. And so some of the stories I'm reading tonight, because I'm just really in the mood, I reckon, um, is that some of these stories are too long for his program. And as we talked about it tonight, he was like, "So why don't you do some stories on your channel?" And I was like, "Well, because you and I do this thing on your channel, and I didn't kind of want to like steal the thunder or whatever." And he was like, "Nah, come on." But anyway, um, so I'm some of the stories that are a little longer that I would like to read on that show. And so here I am tonight, reading them at my leisure, hoping that you'll understand. And just woke up now, has some good. Just went on my nightly walk that was carrying enough to make my whole trip like I used to go. You're not friends anymore. Thank you, David. Honestly, you know, I read these stories because of what I used to do before. So I understand I'm doing this selfishly. Okay. I'm being selfish. I like doing it. I want to do it. Quote, it's my channel and I do what I want to. But no, but I do it with the intent that hopefully somebody will get some kind of enjoyment or something out of the story. But as a storyteller, some of these stories are just really interesting in how they're worded, listed, whatever, and these are what people have, like these, some of these stories are, hundreds, if not thousands of years old. So, but anyway, admittedly, thank you, Travis. Uh, and these aren't my stories, but to the point, they are my choices that I read to you. So in that, I am the DJ of stories. And as that late night DJ kind of thing. Thank you, Amanda. You're absolutely welcome. Like I've said so many times, and I will continue to say it, because I'm repetitious in that. In my old age and in retirement, I saw myself as being a late night disc jockey. You know, I used to work second shift and late nights when I was a DJ. Okay. So, but this idea of being on the air and stuff like that, and I told Robert tonight, he goes, man, you can get on, and 5 hours later, you're still talking. And he said, but there are people in the middle of the night that really appreciate you being there. And I was like, yeah, I know. I've come to understand that. And there are times when, like, you know, the spirits are saying, get on. And I'll go, but it's 2 in the morning. And they'll go, come on, Dave, turn the little button on and turn it on and get on. But it's 2 in the morning, like it is right now, right? And there are 13, 14 of you out there right now. I wouldn't be for, I know, and that's what I mean. I am so grateful and honored and blessed. I truly mean it. And I think that's why y'all are still here because you know that I truly mean it. But um, the sharing, the energy, I keep talking about it, but I think it's important that we recognize it. And like what, the different things that Robert and I had talked about, the coyote, and then I get a book in the mail the next day, a couple of weeks ago, and it was coyote medicine. And I mean, there's all these little synchronicity thing, synchronatic things. And you know, topics or whatever that somebody said, man, I was just thinking about that, and then and then there are times when I talk about something, and for me, I will Dante will do a video or something, and he'll mention something similar to what I was had been talking about going, and that has been odd for me. Um, and those things like what I was, you know, on about earlier. I just have to smoke a cigarette. I haven't had one in hours, and I'm like, please forgive me. But the next story I want to do is Son of Light kills the monster. It's interesting. Anyway, um, recently, I think because of our interactions, synchronicities, and whatever, y'all have your own, you know what I mean? But it's there. Somebody say, well, I was thinking of, and what time was it? What was this afternoon? Well, close enough. You know what I mean? Within an hour or so, we both had a thought about each other or whatever. You know what I mean? So, and that's been happening to me for so many years now. But other people now it's starting to get more natural. Okay. Now, in the fourth dimension, one of those things that we're supposed to learn is psychic connections and that kind of thing, right? And to do it properly without invading somebody's thoughts or whatever, but we can convey messages faster than the speed of light. No, it rained yesterday and it's been really crappy today. But I got everything ready, I swear. The only reason I didn't the other day is because I don't have a printer, and the instructions to do it are on the this computer. So I'm just going to have to carry the computer out there. And between the rain the last 2 days, ain't carrying the computer out in the rain to the truck. I'm not in that much of a hurry to go anywhere. But I did honestly, and I could hear you guys going, "Fix the truck, Hawkeye." Thank you. I mean it, because I made great strides in how to hook it up and pair it with the phone and stuff like that. But anyway, the weather the last couple of days, it is just not for hooking electrical things up to the truck, when it's rated. Nah. But thank you. I am still there. Procrastination. Oh yeah, my old friend. Yeah. If it hadn't have been misting as heavy as it was today, I was like ready to go out, and I went outside. Me and Duggar walked around a little bit, and I was like, "Nah, it's like almost raining." The fog and the mist was so thick, and I was wet in a minute. And I was like, "I ain't bringing my brand new electronic stuff out here and get it all wet. No, not taking the laptop in the rain. No, and the cell phone. So, but anyway, um, but in the grand scheme of things, so these quote powers. Oh God, I'm gonna go back into it. The star seed thing. It's been said, it's been read. I know this to be true because I've hung out with people, not just native folk, but other folk, just in tune. We go for a walk and never say a word. If I want their attention or his attention or they want mine, we snap our fingers, okay, and turn around and look. The whole conversation is like mentally, like look over there and you go look down, and we know each other well enough. And if I don't quite know what he or she might mean, I'll give that scrunched up look like what, and they'll go, like, "Oh, I see what you mean. It's down over there a little bit." We never say a word, but there's a lot of information that's being transferred. That's psychic, whatever, right? But there are visuals, you're standing next to each other, and that kind of thing. But like I've talked about before with this person way back in, it was before I got busted in Tampa. So it was in the late 70s, 78 ish. Working at a radio station up in Tifton. And Sheila worked on second shift 4 out of 7 nights. She went to college up there during the daytime, and she would fall asleep. And so we were talking about astral projection and stuff like this, right? Back in 76, 78. And so, because I'd already had my practice with it, and I was talking about how the incident with my parents and being out flying around with my magic pillow, and they came in and saw me and blah blah blah. Okay. So she had similar types of had said similar issues, right? So we set up a controlled situation, a scientific experiment. And so I would astral project to the radio station to see if she was awake. And if not, making noise or something or whatever. Um, so the first time, and I used the, physically walking thing. So before I would astral project, and I have talked about this on how to learn how to do it, you walk it while you're awake. Okay. So you understand where you're going, kind of thing. So I put myself in the parking lot, walked in the back door like I would normally do, reporting for work, go down the hall. I can remember it so clearly right now. The building's not even there anymore. But you turned right, and then you made a pretty much almost an immediate left. That was the back of the control room, the DJ spot. That was the sound booth thing, and everything else was offices and around and so forth. But I walked through the door because I couldn't open it, right? And I come in, and first thing we'd agreed upon was what time. Anytime you go somewhere, figure out what time it is. If you could find a clock or whatever. So I looked at the clock because it was right there to see, and she was sitting there in the chair getting ready to do the top of the hour, the weather, the thingy, the promos and all that top of the hour, like I just did a little bit ago. So with the top of the hour, but she turned around and screamed, and I like jumped out of my skin, which I was already out of. And she was like, "Don't ever do that again. You scared the shit out of me." And I was like, "You can see me?" So, it was a couple of days before I saw her, and she goes, "Again, don't you ever do that again." So we set up another series of experiments, and two other times she saw me. I came in through a different way. And so we verified it with the time, we verified it with some other things, and it proved to both of us, guess what? This stuff's real. Okay. And we can communicate. I couldn't see her, but she could see me, my outline or whatever. And maybe it's because I was there so strong. I don't know. I haven't had anybody that's been willing to do any experiments like that since then. And I mean, we were seriously, th- don't want to screw this up. Our experiment is controlled in this manner. We set up the parameters and we stuck to them. And 9 out of 10 times she saw me, or 9 out of 10 times I saw her and said, "You were changing tapes on the back machine because there was an AM and FM station in there, and they played. There were great big reel to reels in there. So at the end of the night, you were to take any of the reels, rewind them, and get them set for the next day, and replace those if the shift wasn't over, right?" So I had seen her in the back, so I said it was about 11:30. And I said, "You were changing tapes on the cart machine in the back, and blah blah blah." And she goes, "You're right." She said, "I had just looked at the clock and decided that I would go ahead and change the tapes now." And I was like, "So if she didn't see me, the situation and the time was important, So anyway, but Native folks have been communicating. Black folks too. I've been around some folks, and they don't have to say but a couple of words, and there's whole phrases and sentences, and oh my God. And people go, "Well, wait a minute. I don't know what they're talking about." I know you don't get it. You're not on their same wavelength. It went past 20, didn't it? Oh, 21. I just missed it. Okay. So I'm with you. But anyway, so this stuff is real. All right. And Native Americans and Native folks knew about this stuff because they didn't have to talk. It's been said in several stories and other things that when the men went out to hunt, and the women too, actually, they didn't talk amongst themselves too much, but they were aware of each other all the time in a way that most people don't understand right now. So this idea that this some of this stuff is new is actually just very natural. Okay. I'm really on that soapbox tonight, ain't I, folks? Years ago, when this starseed thing like really started being big, and there are some folks that are just really attached to it, and it's like, okay, they could be attached to a lot worse. All right, it's okay. But in all the study and everything, and my comparison of stuff, they're just kind of repackaging the old legends. basically. Many of them are. So, this next story is at 11%. 2:23 a.m. on 12/8/2021 at 62 degrees near Meigs, Georgia. I love you all and hope you're doing well. This next story is a Hopi story, a Hopi legend called Son of Light Kills the Monster. Man Eagle, a frightful monster, had laid waste to the whole country. With his sharp talons, he seized women and girls, wives and maidens. He flew off with them to his home above the clouds, where he abused them for 4 nights before eating them up. Among those abducted by Man Eagle was the young wife of Son of Light. Within hours, this hero was on their trail, and along the way, he met the Pinon maidens dressed in grass and pinon bark. With them were Spider Woman and Mole. Where are you going? These spirit people asked Son of Light. Man Eagle has stolen my wife, he answered. I'm going to rescue her, but I have to get there in a hurry before he kills her. This is bad, said Spider Woman, but never fear. I'll help you. And to the Pinon maidens, she said, you girls gather pinon resin and shape it into a copy of Man Eagle's flint arrow shirt that no weapon can penetrate. Be quick. The Pinion maidens gathered the resin and made a shirt exactly like Man Eagle's. And when they had finished it, Spider Woman sprinkled sacred corn pollen over it and chanted an invocation. Then she turned herself into a tiny spider, no bigger than a grain of salt, and crawled up on Son of Light's right ear. Here I am, she said, where I can tell you what to do if you get into trouble. The next step is up to Mole. Well, Mole burrowed a passage through the mountain up to the top so that Son of Light could get to the summit without being seen. When they came out onto the mountaintop, they saw that they were still far below Man Eagle's home in the clouds. Spider Woman said, I'll call some good birds to help us. The first to answer her call was the spotted eagle. Son of Light, Mole, and Spider Woman climbed onto his back, and he spread his wings and began circling upwards. Higher and higher he flew, until at last he was exhausted. I can go no farther, he said. Spider Woman then called on the hawk, who came at once, flying wingtip to wingtip with the spotted eagle. Mole and Son of Light, with Spider Woman still perched on his right ear, walked over the wings onto the hawk's back. The hawk carried them higher, but after a while, his strength gave out too. This is as high as I can go, he said. Spider Woman called for the gray hawk to take over. Again, Son of Light, Mole, and the Spider Woman changed birds, and the gray hawk flew up higher than the others. Still, it was not high enough, and the three friends transferred to the back of the red hawk, best of all the flyers. Red Hawk flew through a hole in the clouds right to the White House that was home of Man Eagle. Thanking the Red Hawk for carrying them so far, Son of Light, Spider Woman, and Mole got down and walked boldly up to the house. Look at the ladder to the entrance, said Spider Woman to Son of Light. Its rungs are sharp obsidian knives. They'll cut your fingers off if you try to get up there. Well, what shall we do? Said Son of Light. Go pick some sumac berries, Spider Woman said. Son of Light gathered the berries and returned to her. Now feed them to Horned Toad over there, she said. Son of Light popped the berries into the wide mouth of Horned Toad, who chewed them into a gooey paste, which he spit into the palm of Son of Light's hand. Now smear what Horned Toad has given you onto the sharp edges of the rungs, Spider Woman told him. As Son of Light smeared the edges, they immediately became blunt so that he could climb up without having his fingers cut off. Spider Woman was still behind his right ear, while Little Mole had buried himself into Son of Light's hair. With his two hidden companions, Son of Light stepped inside Man Eagle's home. The first thing he saw was Man Eagle's magic flint arrowed shirt hanging from a viga. Quick as a flash, Son of Light hung the counterfeit shirt on that rafter and put the real shirt on. They were so alike that not even Son of Light could tell them apart. He went into the second room and found his wife, her hands tied behind her back. I've come to free you, he told her. Flee, she cried. Run quickly. No one who enters here ever leaves alive. Don't be afraid, he answered, untying her hands. We'll come out of here alive and happy. Man Eagle was asleep in the next room, but Spider Woman was carrying a hearing nothing charm, which prevented their noise from reaching Man Eagle's ears. Unaware that strangers were in his house, he awoke and put on his flint arrow shirt and then went into the next room. Now I will enjoy the beautiful girl, he thought, but instead found himself face to face with Son of Light. Who are you? Asked Man Eagle. How dare you come here? You have stolen my wife, and I'm taking her back now. Well, maybe you will, and maybe you won't, said Man Eagle. You're speaking big words, but first, you'll have a contest with me. What kind of contest? Inquired Son of Light. A smoking contest, said Man Eagle. Pay attention, y'all. The monster brought out a huge pipe. I lost my place. Oh, the monster brought out a huge pipe as long as a good sized man and filled it with tobacco. We will both smoke this, he told Son of Light, and whoever weakens and faints is the loser. If you lose, I have the right to kill you and possess your wife. If you win, you can take her back. Now, Man Eagle's magic tobacco, y'all listening, was poison enough to stun anyone who was not used to it, though it no longer had an effect on him. But while Man Eagle explained the rules of the contest, Mole quickly burrowed a hole in the floor underneath the spot on which Son of Light was sitting. Mole made a passage all the way down through the earth to the outside, and as the man and the monster puffed away, the smoke passed right through Son of Light and through the hole into the outside air. The two smoked and smoked and smoked until Man Eagle got dizzy from his own magic tobacco and had to stop. Son of Light, on the other hand, was unaffected. Here's one for Son of Light. Magic tobacco. filled to the bursting point with smoke. Man Eagle stepped outside the house to clear his head. That's what it says. Woo, that's a good one. Son of Light followed, and they both saw dense clouds of smoke covering the whole sky. I wonder how he did it, thought Man Eagle. Aloud, he said, well, you win this contest, but this is only the first. Now comes the second. Man Eagle brought forth 2 huge elk antlers. Take this one, he told Son of Light, and I'll take the other. Each of us will try to break his own in turn. We'll break it in 2. If you fail to break yours with your hands, I shall kill you and possess your wife. The antler that Man Eagle had given his rival was actually a magical piece of stone, the hardest stone in the world. The antler that Man Eagle had kept for himself was a false antler made of brittle wood. Now, quick as a flash, before the contest began, Spider Woman exchanged the 2 elk horns. She did it with such lightning speed that not even the eye of Man Eagle could follow her. So the rivals took up their antlers, and Son of Light broke his easily. But Man Eagle could not break his, however hard he tried. I wonder how he did that, thought the monster. He was just not so sure of himself now. Well, this was just child's play. Something to warm us up, said Man Eagle. Now for our third contest. Well, what is it this time? Asked Son of Light. Step outside with me, said Man Eagle. And they went out. And the monster pointed to 2 huge pine trees near his house. You choose one of these trees, and I will choose the other. And he who fails to pull his tree up by the roots loses the contest. If I win, I'll kill you and possess your wife. So be it, answered Son of Light. Man Eagle chose the tree which he thought had the shallower roots. Remember, he told Son of Light, if you fail to pull up your tree, trunk, branches, roots, and all, you lose, no matter what I do. During those preparations, Mole had burrowed underneath Son of Light's tree and had gnawed through all the roots. Son of Life pulled it up easily, while Man Eagle could not uproot his. It pleased me to let you win once again, he told Son of Light, but you must win the 4th and last contest. To himself, he said, I wonder how he did it. This young man is really strong. So what do you propose? Asked Son of Light. Well, watch me, answered Man Eagle. He began carrying into his biggest room heaps of food, meat of all kinds, bread and cornbread of all kinds, mush and gruel of all kinds, squash and beans and dishes of all kinds, baskets, pots, cups, and dippers full of food. Making 2 mountains of it all, he told Son of Light, this is your heap, and that over there is mine. You must eat your heap all at once, without leaving a single scrap. If you can't do it, I'll kill you and possess your wife. Well, I'm sure to win this one, Man Eagle said to himself. This young man is puny compared to me. He can't absorb all that food. Well, again, Mole had dug a tunnel underneath Son of Light. I don't know why I just didn't use the one he'd already dug, but never mind. As quickly as Son of Light emptied a dish, the food passed right through him and through the tunnel to someplace outside the house. In no time, Son of Light had eaten the whole mountain of meat, corn, squash, beans, bread, and mush. Man Eagle tried to match him dish for dish, but could not. Well, said Son of Life, now I'll take my wife and go home. Not quite yet, said Man Eagle. In the end, it comes down to this: which of us is invulnerable? Which of us can withstand the flames of a mighty fire? I can. Can you? We shall see. Well, Man Eagle made two huge piles of dry wood. You sit on this one, and I'll sit on that, he said. Your wife can set fire to them once we're in position. If you can withstand the fire, then I'll do whatever you say. Now, thought Man Eagle, I can get rid of this upstart. My magic flint arrow shirt is fireproof, but the young fellow will burn up. Son of Light's wife set fire to the two wood piles. Of course, Son of Light was wearing the real magic flint arrowed shirt, coated with ice, clear and cold like crystal. It protected him from the flames. In the process, part of the ice melted and extinguished the fire. But the shirt of Man Eagle, made out of resin, ignited in a flash which was so thoroughly consumed Man Eagle that only his ashes remained. Then Spider Woman whispered into Son of Light's ear, take this wonderful medicine of mine in your mouth and spurt it all over Man Eagle's ashes. Son of Light did what Spider Woman said, and as he spat the medicine over the ashes, Man Eagle arose, transformed into a good looking man. Spider Woman addressed this eagle turned into a man. Have you learned your lesson? Will you stop killing and eating people? Will you stop stealing and abusing wives and maidens and women? Will you promise? Eagle turned into man said, I promise I will never do evil again. Never. Son of Light joyfully claimed his wife, while Spider Woman brought all the Hopi people whom Man Eagle had killed back to life again. Then they all got on the backs of the eagle, the hawk, the gray hawk, and the red hawk, and these friendly birds carried them safely to their homes. I just thought that was an interesting story because every time he won, even with the help of his friends, the mole and Spider Woman, and and but here's the thing: people who quote are in power. Oh, that's a good one, Dave. I'm with you. So, what I meant when I wrote in the description part, not the title of this, but that these stories still reflect what's going on today. In the fact that you say, well, you look at greedy people, so who is Man Eagle, this monster? Well, a monster, there are people who are in business who are ruthless monsters. So this Man Eagle, for me, I mean, you look at certain people, just take Billy Gates, okay? Man Eagle, he takes what he wants without regard, right? And so uh, they're monsters in their own right. So the stories are still true. It just depends on, you could really pick a person and say, well, here he was, or here's man eagle, you know what I mean? Man monster, eagle monster, something. So to me, some of these stories are still pertinent, you know? The moral or whatever, and there's not really a moral to this. He just whooped him, killed him, burnt him at it using his own game kind of thing, and he got his wife back. But to give him salvation, Spider Woman said, "Here." And they brought him back, and he said, "I won't be evil again." So it wasn't just a death, it was his rebirth as well. And it was this transformation from man eagle to man, eagle who was man. What was it? Eagle turned into man. Well, he's just a snake anyway, Pearl, but we agree on that one. I tell you what, cinnamon sugar coffee is really freaking good. Oh, I used to have that. But anyway, so, folks who say, well, those are just story, those are just, whatever's. But, the different fables, Aesop's fables and so forth, are like, but some of those stories are still pertinent, as far as the moral goes. I can't remember his name, but the guy that put Icarus, I guess, who I think who put wings on, and got too close to the sun and the wax melted and he felt his, so it's like, well, duh, pay attention to what's going on, but uh and the other thing is for many folks is like, don't fly too close to the sun. And but with that statement though, there's a lot of different connotations over the years as to what flying too close to the sun means. But if you know about Aesop's fables and you go, wow, that goes back over 2,000 years to the story of Icarus and that, So, what? Right. So, some of those things and phrases and stuff are rooted in thousands of years of tradition, in that it kind of sort of means the same thing. You know what I mean? But here's the story, and look at all those correlations, But anyway, so that's why I think some of these stories are still pertinent to, some current events, or at least similarly, in that, the monster can be people, organizations, you know. I'm having cinnamon coffee right now, but no sugar. See, I was talking about sugar in my coffee the other day. It used to be like three heapers, and now I'm down to a 1 teaspoon almost level, in up in a 2 cup, right? So, less than a half a teaspoon of sugar in this big ass cup. It ain't a lot of sugar, especially compared to what I used to. But I find that all it's got to have is just it doesn't have to be really sweet. I just have to be able to taste the sweet. In my own spirit journey, I've been playing with, smoking cigarettes, saying no, doing this, doing that, too much coffee, not enough this, too much sugar, I, eating a lot of sugar just ain't natural. Now, I know there are folks who do. I'm okay with that. Don't get me wrong. But for me, I was like, I've got the propensity for diabetes in the family. So I'm going to watch my weight, watch my intake, and so, oh, I have sweet things. Don't get me wrong. But the amount of sugar I was putting in my coffee, and I was drinking a pot and a half of coffee a day. I mean, it ended up being like a cup of sugar every day was what I was eating in my coffee. So when I stopped and realized that, I went, Nah, so nah, nah. With a cup of coffee, I mean, I'm sorry, with a cup of sugar, because I have a cotton candy machine, a cup of sugar into the cotton candy machine will make bags of spun sugar, which is like, what? And I was like computing this and I was like, I have got to cut my sugar intake down. And so, but anyway, for myself, that's how it's been. Decaf? Are you serious? Why? Then why drink coffee at all? That's my personal opinion. Then let's have some green tea if you're going to do that, or let's have something else other than decaffeinated coffee. A lot of people I know drink keep, drinky decaf. Get that one out, Dave. And I just look at them and go, "You're still kind of wired. Why? Because you have to go for another cup of decaf. Man, I need another cup of that coffee. Okay, but you're not wired, and it's deep. Okay, just saying. Now, early on, when I first moved up here from the South, now down South, we had sweet tea and stuff like that. But when I moved to South Georgia, okay, the size of a glass of sweet tea in South Georgia versus where I grew up in Tampa was twice, right? Great big plastic tumblers this big around and this dang tall. You know, you could put a half a um, uh, ice tray of ice in the thing and still have plenty of room. You know, but and sweet tea. Oh my God, it was like syrup. You know, loved it. Drank it by the gallon. You know, and over the years, I'm like, you know, I went from all of that really sweet tea to I learned how to just drink tea unsweetened. And if it's a decent tea and, you know, and not too strong, you know, I really like unsweetened tea, you know. So it's like, and it doesn't really matter which, you know, I'm talking about just regular tea, right? And we all have to tea after we drink tea. You know, so tea starts the tea effect when we drink tea, right? The tea. Anyway, I'm in one of them funky moods tonight. Oh, by the way, yesterday, earlier, whatever, I was talking about any of y'all feel any strange energy or whatever on like Sunday, and some of you raised your hand. Well, I checked the Schumann resonance, and Sunday was an active day. I mean, like for many hours in a row, like this far down the chart. So there was something going on. Now remember, the Schumann resonance is how the earth reacts to outside energies hitting the earth, going into the earth, and some of them going through the earth. So that's just so weird how that works sometimes. Sloptical delusions. Uh, anyway, whatever that was, sun tea with a bag of sugar. See, yeah. One of the things that I kind of learned, and it's a good thing, if you're gonna make sun tea, do it in a glass jar, not a plastic one. Do it in a glass. Now you say, well, how am I going to get a glass jar? You need a big one. Okay, in the stores, because you know, working the carnival and all. Years ago, I like sweet pickles. Okay, now, since I don't have any teeth, I honestly can't chew a pickle in half. Okay. It's sad. So I still like my pickles. So now I buy relish because it's already chopped up into little pieces and I still get my pickles. So, but anyway, because I worked the carny and we saved our pickle jars, the big, you know, the big pickle jars with the big round mouth, you know, like they put boiled eggs and pig's feet in on a bar somewhere. Al, how you doing? leaving soon, another 6,000. Man, please be safe. My husband texted Creepy G and said, I forgive you. I'm going to, please leave me alone. Creepy G. Okay. Anyway, um, and some of those clear plastic, sun tea, take them out in the yard. Um, George Jones losing his mind. Holy crap. Um, but if you buy a jar of pickles and don't like the pickles, then pour them out and you got the jar. And you would probably spend about as much money as you would as if you'd bought a jar for to make sun tea. Okay, just say it. But do it in glass. It really makes a difference. Okay, especially over time, and the sun will break down the particles in whatever plastic you put out there. So do it in glass. But yeah, uh, and with the higher radiation and stuff that's out there now, there are a lot of chatter in different places that, folks are talking about losing their hair in like great big clumps. And I know some of you folks have discussed it. And I'm curious, as to whatever the background radiation might be in your area, but there's not enough of those Geiger counters. So I have an old timey, like the kind that you saw in the movies, in the black and white movies back day, an old timey Geiger counter. And a friend of mine brought it to me. Um, he works at the local kind of sort of landfill kind of trash thing for the community. And as long as if you put it in the garbage can and then somebody comes and goes, "Ooh, I want that," that's against the law. If you get it before it touches the garbage can, you can have it. Nobody's pissed. So this guy was like, "Man, and Randy, being the type of person he was, like, that looks like an old Geiger counter. The guy was like, "Yeah, you want it?" He goes, "Sure." Before it went in the garbage, he put it in the back of his truck, and then I got it. So, but anyway, I found that interesting that I've had it all these years, and now there's like high radiation. Now I want to go upstairs and get that bitch out and find a schematic, plug it in, and see what's up. Because if it used to work, it's only made of, they're not real complicated, and the thing's not beat up or anything. So, I'm gonna fix a damn Geiger counter. But anyway, there's a lot of other stuff that we just cannot control, but we can do avoidance. You know, we can avoid stuff. So we find out and we try to avoid it. If it's too much radiation and people are losing their hair, I'm keeping an eye on my cat out there who's still losing hair. And, folks are like having upset stomachs and feeling queasy. And okay, I was kind of sort of having that Sunday when I was sitting here just, doing my meditation out the window, was going to went out and did something earlier. And I was like, man, it just feels like there's something in the air today, right? Well, there was a lot of something going on because Mother Earth responded and it shows up in the Schumann. Okay. So the Schumann is the after effects, not what's happening. It's the after effects of what's already happened. So keep that in mind because there are some folks who are like, oh, the Schumann, that's the energy we're getting. No, that's not the energy. It's the after effects of the energy we've already been through. That's a after the fact. It's like an earthquake, okay? What on the Richter scale, an earthquake. So the Schumann is a Geiger counter for these other, radiations. But it's not what's coming in, it's what the earth says after it's gotten it. So anyway, for those folks who don't quite understand that, jealous of a family man who works hard for uh, quality investments. They used to be for medical purpose. Oh, leeches. I don't know of anybody that fishes with leeches. Actually, maybe, but all the folks around here use shiners and minnows and great big giant worms and stuff like that. But um, not to say they don't use leeches. I just nobody around here uses them. But for medicinal, yep, you keep them as pets. Do you have races? Well, that'll be good, Al. Well, be safe all them damn miles you got to drive. You know, there always have been. Um, Two accidents in my life had nothing to do with me driving. It was the actually three, but somebody else ran into me and put me through a windshield, broke my arm, busted my head, and gave me a lot of frontal lobe damage when I hit the windshield. And I have been learning to deal with. I'm still learning to deal with it, but um, it was not my fault. You're just sitting there minding your own business, making a left-hand turn, and the next thing there's a large vehicle up your butt. You know, Three truckers die every week. I know a lot of truckers. Several of my friends have retired from trucking. My friend Randy, I was just talking about, he was a trucker for a bunch of years. I'm driven trucks and you know traveling on travel on the carnival, there, sometimes we'd have to do a double back. So we'd go drive whatever we needed to the next lot on Sunday. And then if there weren't enough drivers, we'd double back all in three or four people in the cab of, a small cab or something. And then we'd all get in the other vehicles and make the second trip. Sometimes there were triple rides back to the lot because there was a lot of time we had people to work the rides, but none of them could drive a truck. So or anything, barely drive a car. But so yeah. But I get that, Al. But to a point, though, as three truckers die every week, with the amount of truckers on the road, that's a really good average. I mean, I don't want anybody dying, but in the grand scheme of things, that's a really good average. That means safe driving for the what hundred thousands of truckers. I mean, there's a bunch of truckers. You know that better than I do. But don't want anybody to die. But in the grand scheme of things, there are people who die in automobile accidents. The average is higher. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, but I meant it in a good way. Three is too much, but it used to be a lot worse back in the day. So that's something to be more happier about. We hate that three folks die every week, but we're really glad there ain't more and that there's so much safe driving out there now. You know what I mean? So I'm the guy that has to turn things into a positive. Yes, we've lost these wonderful people, but look how many other people are being saved because of safe driving and that kind of thing and awareness. So, but anyway, so be safe, Al. Having driven quite a few miles in trucks and stuff over the years as delivery and my own driving and stuff like that, please be careful. Um, This story here that I would like to read, well, how are we doing on time? It's 3:02. So I've been at this 2 hours and 45 minutes. Okay. This is from the Brule Sioux. Would love to meet y'all soon when myself. Woo! Become your own brokers. Yeah, I had my aunt Esther. Her husband was a truck driver, and actually, my mother's second or third husband was Charlie. He drove a truck all his life, and so at many folks that like close into me that have been truck drivers. But yeah, this story is about Wakanyan Tanka, Tanka, the great thunderbird from the Brule Sioux. I have to put my bifocals. Wakantanka, the great thunderbird, lives in his teepee on top of a high mountain in the sacred Pahasapa, the Black Hills. The whites call it Harney Peak, but I don't think he lives there anymore since the Wasichu, the whites, have made these hills into a vast Disneyland. No, I think the Thunder Beings have retreated to the farthest end of the earth, where the sun goes down, where there are no tourists and hot dog stands. The Wakanyan hates all that is dirty. He loves what is clean and pure. His voice is the great thunderclap, and the smaller rolling thunder that follow his booming shouts are the cries of his children, the little thunderbirds. Four paths lead to the mountain on which the Wakanya dwell. A butterfly guards the entrance at the east side. A bear guards the west, a deer the north, and a beaver the south. There are four large old thunderbirds. The great Wakanyan of the west is the first and foremost among them. He is clothed in clouds. His body has no form, but he has a giant four jointed wings. He has no feet, but enormous claws. He has no head, but a huge, sharp beak with rows of big, pointed teeth. His color is black. The second Wakanyan of the north is red. The third thunderbird of the east is yellow. The fourth thunderbird of the south is white. Now, those are also colors on the medicine wheel, okay? That one has no eyes or ears, yet he can see and hear. Wait, the fourth thunderbird of the south is white, though there are some who say that its colors are blue. That one has no eyes or ears, yet he can see and hear. How can that be is a mystery. From time to time, a holy man catches a glimpse of the Awakenyan in his dreams, but always only a part of it. No one ever sees the thunderbird whole, not even in a vision. So the way we think a thunderbird looks is pieced together from many dreams and many visions. The great Wakanya's teepee stands beside the tallest of all cedar trees. That's why we use its foliage for the cedering, the smoking up in our ceremonies, which we call for sweet smelling incense to purify our houses and ourselves. Inside the Wakanya's teepee is a nest made of dry bones. In it lies the giant egg from which the little thunderbirds are hatched. The egg is bigger than the whole state of South Dakota. You cannot see the Wakanya because they are wrapped in robes of dark clouds. but you can feel their presence. I've often felt it during a vision quest that they may come and try to frighten you to see whether or not you have enough courage to go through your crying for a dream vision quest that may come and try to frighten you to see whether you have enough courage to go through your crying for a dream, your 4 days and nights of fasting and listening and staying awake on top of a lonely hill. They test you this way, but the Wakanyan are good spirits. They like to help people, even if they scare you sometimes. Everything in nature moves in a certain way that whites call clockwise. Only the thunder beings move in a contrary manner, counterclockwise. Now that's interesting because earlier on I was talking about the spiral and which way it goes. And some people think that, hey, Green, that that people wind it in a way that is clockwise, but what the outcome is that it's actually counterclockwise. So, but it's interesting. Here's one of them synchronicities for me, in that I was just talking about that. Anyway, only the thunder beings move in a contrary manner or counterclockwise. That's their way. They do everything differently. That's why if you dream of the Wakanyan, you become a Heoka. Now that I talked about that, I've been called a Heoka for 30 years or more. An upside down, hot, cold, forward, backward man. This gives you power, but you don't want to stay a Heoka for long. So we have a ceremony through which you can become your old self again. The Wakanya symbol is a zigzag lightning, forked at the ends, which is used in many ceremonies. It's a design which feels in some way related because a Heoki is also a sacred clown, and there is some of that clown nature within us all. The thunder beings are guardians of the truth. When you're holding the sacred pipe and you swear on it, you can say nothing but truth. At least that's supposedly. If you lie, the Wakanyan will kill you with their lightning bolts. So thunderbirds stand for rain and fire and the truth. And it's said that they like to help people. In contrast, the Yung Teki, the great water monster, did not like human beings from the time they were put on this earth. Yung Teki was shaped like a giant scaly snake with feet. She had a huge horn coming out of the top of her head, and she filled the whole of the Mississippi River from one end to the other. The little water monsters who lived in the smaller streams and lakes likewise have no use for humans. What are these tiny lice like creatures crawling all over the place? They asked. What are these blood clot people creeping out of the red pipestone? We don't want them around. The great Umteki could place her body and puff it up in such a way that it made the great Missouri overflow. And her children, the little water monsters, did the same with their streams and lakes, killing most of the people. Caused a great flood that spread over the whole country, killing most of the people. So there's your great flood story. Okay. But it was the river that overflowed, not the ocean or whatever. But only a few escaped to the top of the highest mountain. And even there, the waves threatened to sweep them off. Then the great thunderbird spoke. What's to be done? I like these humans. They respect us. They pray to us. If they dream of us, they get a little of our power and what makes them relatives of ours in a way. Even though they are small, helpless, and pitiful, Grandfather put them on this earth for some purpose. This is the Thunderbird speaking. We must save them from the Yunkati. And then began the great battle between the Thunderbirds and the evil monsters. It lasted many years, during which the earth trembled and the waters burst forth in mighty torrents, while the night was like day, because the flashes of lightning. The Wakanyan have no bodies, as we imagine them, no limbs or hands or feet, but they have enormous claws. They have no mouths, but they have big, sharp teeth. They have no eyes, but lightning bolts somehow shoot out of their eyes, which are not there. This is hard to explain to a Wasichu, a white person. The Wakanyan use their claws, their teeth, their lightning to fight the great water monsters. The Wakanyan Tanka grappled with the great Untekhe, and the little thunder children were pitted against the smaller water monsters. The battle was not only long, but desperate, for the Untucky had spikes at the tip of their powerful tails that could gouge out fearful wounds as they roared and thrashed about. At last the Wakandanka called to the little thunderbirds, "My children, the Untehi, are winning. This close body to body fighting favors them." All the thunder beings retreated to the top of their sacred mountain and took counsel there. The great Wakanyan said, "Our country is the air. Our power comes from the sky. It was wrong to fight the Unteki on their own ground, on the earth and in the water where they are all powerful. Come, my children, follow me." Then all the thunderbirds flew up into the sky. "When I give the signal," said the Wakanyantanka, "let's use our lightning and thunderbolts together." So the thunder beings shot off all their bolts at the same instant. The forests were set on fire, and flames consumed everything but the top of the rock on which the humans had taken refuge. Their waters boiled up and then dried up. The earth glowed red hot, and the Unteki, big and small, burned up and died, leaving only their dried bones and the Mako Sichu, the Badlands, where their bones turned to rock. Until then, the Unteki had represented the water power, and now this power was taken by the Thunderbirds. And the few humans who survived climbed down from their high rock, praising the Wakanyan for saving them. These few again, people of the earth, and all was well. The battle and the victory of the Wakanyan took place in the first of the great four ages, the age of Thunka, the rock. So I just found that interesting in that, correlation to Bible and other stories and myths or whatever. A different reason, a giant snake puffed up and flooded the rivers and so forth. But there was a war between the monsters. Very interesting. Very different from the Bible. You know what I mean? That wasn't so much that man was evil, but that one of these critters uh, just hated humans, period. Didn't like them. Now, why do I say this particular story would be like today? Because of some of you, and I've talked about this before, there are critters in the sky in the form of spaceships, okay? And some of them look kind of creepy ish, right? But they just flat out hate us, okay? Period. So they're like the water monsters. They just hate us. They do not want to help us. They don't, you know, uh now the good guys are like the Thunderbirds. Okay. They're here and they're like, "Nah, we can't do this to them folks down there." Where the other monsters are like, "Nah, we just flat out hate them." You can't change their mind. They're not going to change their mind. And so, this idea of making a settlement, somebody's got to get whooped bad enough. They just don't want to do it again, you know? So, but the water and the lightning and the skies, in some ways, still do battle in the form of storms and things. But are they monsters? Maybe, you know. Uh, they do go counterclockwise. Low pressure means big bad storms. High pressure is like nice weather and clear skies. And so, but anyway, well, I don't know about cinnamon coffee anymore. Ew. Hey, Susie Q, how are you? Of course, all this depends on how the economy goes in 20. Not sure if the banking. Al, here's the thing about the currency deal. I've got my little card, you know, and it's all digital. So there are people freaking out about the digital age when guess what? We're three quarters at least of the way there. Now, I use cash depending on what's going on. Sometimes I always tell people have cash on hand. Don't buy gold or silver, none of that shit. Put cash in in somewhere in your stuff. Because like I said, when Michael came through and blew out all the stores in electricity, the local dollar store needed to sell some of this stuff in the freezers and things because it all went bad. I mean, they had, oh man, they had a lot of stuff. They had just stocked these brand new freezers and then the storm hit. But as long as you had cash, they were making sales. So anybody that didn't have any cash didn't get to buy anything. So that's what I see wrong with digital. That's why I always keep money on hand. Because if the system, all that has to do is the lights go down, the electricity, whether it goes down across the United States doesn't matter. But if in your area your lights are down from storms or whatever the reason, there goes your money. You ain't got none simply because the electricity's off. So I don't know about the worry about the digital. Now the well, it's in dollars versus Bitcoin. You know, as long as it somehow tallies up to the same or whatever, we're going to adjust to it just like we've adjusted to every other damn thing that they put towards us. And let's just I some folks had me freaked out about it like 3 or 4 years ago when it was really starting to get big and all this, and I'm like, okay, oh well, it's this and Bitcoin and this one and that one, and like, okay, it's these half ones and partial ones and what. Okay, I just wanted because none of that matters if the lights go out. And so my own simple solution is have some cash on hand. Period. Because no matter where you are, like after the Civil War, I've talked about this. After the Civil War in the South, the Confederate dollar was still good between the people in the South, but it wasn't worth nothing to the federal note. Okay. So, but the people in the South, they could still trade between them because it still had a value to them. Not a lot, but but they're Southerners, so it was their money and they traded it, and but to the point though, so it doesn't matter what color or who prints the bill. If they say, well, this is now a $5 bill, okay, because it's got a five on it. Okay. Or it's five of something that represents money. Because my little banking card, there's no quote money in it. It's a card that reads, and they take decimal thingies out of the ether because there's no real money exchanged, right, in the transaction. So it is all digital. Seriously. So the trend of money to Bitcoin thing, whatever they end up choosing, we're just going to have to learn how to use it. That's just all there is. We're just going to have to adapt. Back when the Russian wall went down and all that stuff, blah blah blah. But the Russian ruble was like worthless, or the rupee, or but anyway. So, but after building it up, now the money that they have in Russia is now has a value. Okay, well, you can say, well, it's good or bad. Doesn't matter. It has a value. Okay, and people say, well, if I want to buy, a chocolate cake, for us, it would be like that cake's $30. What? I mean, a chocolate cake baked at, it's $30, or rupees or rubles or euros, or so it doesn't matter how many of them there are. It's what the economy will state it. That's the inflation. So whatever they decide, because we're going to have to go along with it anyway, we're just going to have to get used to whatever they decide. But I'm here to tell you, is a lot of cash floating around out there, and people who deal in cash, like I deal in cash, I'm sorry, I'm still going to deal in cash. Somehow, people are not going to say we're not going to have cash anymore because there's too much already out there. All right. And they would have to collect it all and all this other kind of stuff. But to those of us, quote, with, a $20 note, it represents 20 of something. Okay. Don't care what it is. If somebody says, well, this is 20 of something, well, I just happen to have a 20. There you go. Sold. It's done. It doesn't matter if it's in silver, gold, if it's worth 20 somethings, and this is what so anyway, we're just going to have to adapt to whatever comes about, so if we start dealing again and trading in seashells like the Native Americans did, then we'll learn how to, you know, trade in seashells, or pelts, or bartering system, or I got a you know I got a bushel of squash. Anything you got to trade? I mean, so whatever. And I understand. I have been into it, and I'm not trying to dismiss it. Okay, but when it all is said and done, with all the worry and all these financial gurus who swear they know what the hell they're doing or what's going to happen next, the economy was supposed to have like swapped 2 or 3 years ago, back when Trump was in, right? All some of Nasara, Jasara, and all that is fixing to change, and it's all going to be, and it's all going to, and there's going to be real reserve, U.S. banknotes, and there's going to be. Have you seen any of that mess yet from the good guys? Just saying, White House, nah, not really. So all this prediction of what it was going to be and how was it ain't happened, right? So all this stuff they blowed smoke at us with over the last, figure it out, 6 or 7 years about the economy and stuff, it's still working. Albeit, okay, it's kind of messed up in places, but it's still working. A dollar's still worth something, even though inflation, deflation, this dollar used to be, for me, when I was growing up, I could buy gas for 25 cents a gallon. In some places, it was 19 cents a gallon back in the 60s. And so 19 cents a gallon. So a dollar would get you 4 gallons of gas. And 4 gallons of gas back then, you could drive a lot. You could drive to Clearwater, go to the beach and back, and still have gas, to tool around the next couple of days. So, um, but now that same dollar, you have to have 3 or 4 of them to buy that same gallon of gas. So the dollar is still worth a dollar. It's still a dollar. It's the inflation of the price of gas. It ain't the dollar's fault. See what I'm saying? So it's whatever you want to buy, it's whatever the market bears. If they say it's this price, you want it, you better save up your bucks, right? When the county says my taxes will be, and I'm which I found a thing back in the day. I was arguing with the. I'm saying no. You're overcharging me for my taxes, and they said, well, if you don't pay it, which at the time I was not doing well with my financial. I was not stable with my. Um, I don't actually know if I had my Social Security at the time, but that's how far back it was. But I almost lost my property that they were going to sell it for, $400 of quote back taxes. It was only back taxes for 2 months. It wasn't like years. It was 2 months. And a lot of people came to my aid and helped me out. And I swore then I'm right now it's the 8th of December, and taxes are due on the 10th, and I'm sweating because my truck ain't running, and I want to go to town because I don't have any checks to mail in, but I want to pay my taxes, you know. So, dear Rob, I'm gonna, freak out and come get me, take me to town, dang it, he's got to pay his taxes too. So, but anyway, if I'm freaking about anything here recently, it's because I swore I would never be late on my taxes again. But not having a vehicle, well, and or ride to town, but I'll make it. They'll get paid if it's a week or so later or whatever, or I have to figure out a way to mail it or whatever. I don't know if I have any stamps, and I think I could find some empty checks, but um, if I send it in now, it'll be late because of too many days. And there'll be some kind of percentage. It might only be 50 cents more. Is it at that time? It might only be 50 cents more than what your statement says, what your taxes are. But they'll tack that little bit on and say, you ain't paid your taxes. And it'd be like a buck and a half. Oh, it's 3:30. Um, you remember 39 cents? Yeah, it hung out in the 30-cent range for a while, and then it like jumped to 45, or it like jumped 10 cents a gallon. And everybody back then freaked the mess out. Oh my God, gas went up 10 cents a gallon. Oh, we're all gonna die. You know, we made it through that. So we've managed to um, adapt, most of us anyway, to whatever the financial gasoline or paper towels and toilet paper 2 years remember, now everything's kind of like settled back down. But we adapted, didn't we? Okay. For me, y'all know me, I'm gonna be selling that hopium because I hope and pray that next year is just gonna be great. Now, the level of great ain't even going there. To some folks, it may be like, it might be okay. 103 on Tuesday. Yeah, my Social Security was 69. Uh, but trying to stay on track a little bit with the Native American stuff and current things and things, many stories about the little people, many stories about um, fairy type critters and that. And I've talked about that, about the water nymphs and so forth that I had the pleasure of meeting. And and listening to their song, I can still hear that tune in my head. I mean, it's like at, at times it's almost like when Disney World was barely open. I mean, they had everybody from around the state and other places went there to apply for a job. And if you applied for the job and finished the application and went through this seminar or whatever at a Disney World in Orlando, because me and a friend of mine went, and so after it, they gave you some free ticket passes things. It wasn't much, but at least it got you in and you could walk around. But so we got to go in Disney World while they weren't done. Space Mountain was, still a thought. Uh, the the Bears Jamboree thing, got hung up and kind of was like, stuck in a loop. And speaking of loops, because we had like the white tickets, so, two or three white tickets. Well, we'd heard so much about It's a Small World, right? And get into thing. We got on there and pretty much mostly full. Um, the lines were short, but I mean, the carts were full, right? So we're going through It's a Small World, and we get maybe about a quarter of the way in, and the ride stops. But the music keeps playing, and it's really kind of loud. It's a small world after all. Okay. And we're all like, okay, so after 2 or 3 minutes, it's like, it's a small world after all. It's getting really freaking boring here. Come on, what's going on here? Now, having been a carny and stuff happens, and it wasn't not really officially open. It was to friends of family that had worked there, and so it really wasn't open, but it was. They were like testing a bunch of stuff out. So it took 25 minutes to get through It's a Small World. And anytime I hear that music now, okay, Bob, just had a, it's the witching hour. Yeah, the screen just froze. The frame just froze. Yeah. I'm gonna have another one of these. Whatever I put in here, it's pretty good. Uh, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. Yes, we actually got on that one. And the teacups, because there wasn't much else open. Now the haunted house was open, which I still think is really cool in how they did the holographs with the ghosts floating around and all the cameras. That's really old technology, but now they've got that show, with the what is it, like the Avatar kind of thing, and out in the audience, this Avatar shows up. You know, uh, so we have that technology, and then people want to know, the longest ride ever. Yeah. Um. Now back then, the Hall of Presidents worked, and I gotta say that as far as I don't know what it's like now. Okay, it's been a long time ago, like 1971 kind of thing, right? So, however the Hall of Presidents now, but the way it was back then, and how each of the animatronics and how each of them would move or turn, every single one of the presidents move, and in some way they will react to something, or there'll be a hand gesture, or the head would turn, whatever. And in that, it looked like a live Hall of Presidents. And to me, that was one of the most impressive things because of how many there were. And they were quoting speeches and whatever back then. But it was the fact that as I sat there, every single one of the presidents moved something. Their eyes, their mouth, they would turn their head slightly and look over to the right, or, so now today that's just, yeah, no big deal. Back then, that was a really huge deal, okay, in a lot of ways, because it was animatronics, but guess what? AI. You listening? Because it looked so real and it was artificial, but it was intelligent because each of the presidents moved. Yeah, but it's all programmed. Okay. But my point is that was one of the first AIs to literally take shape in a robotic way on stage at Disney World. I'm just saying. And I thought it was amazing then. I haven't seen it, been there in a while, but to the point though, I still think it's amazing technology, whatever, right? But if Walt Disney's got it, you know, other folks got it too. And now there's robotics programs and things, which I think is absolutely fine. I've worked in mechanical stuff and manufacturing, and even in woodwork, there are certain processes that let the machine do it, because I've worked in a factory, several factories, and one of them was building doors, and you had to cut the top of the frame with a little, babbitt thing. And, you'd take the board and you'd put it up there and do it by hand, radial arm saw. Take that one off, put another one on, hit the thing, do it again all day long. There are many operations that could be done by a human, but in the long run, the human suffers because, it's really tough to do that for 8 hours, you know. You get tired, you stay on your feet, you use your left arm because your right one's, you've been doing this same repetitious. So there are some things that robots ought to do, okay, kind of sort of should do. But they're simple operations that are just simply very repetitive. And I've worked with lots of different milling machines, uh, dual axis milling machines, like when I was working at for in the airplane um, airfoil business. Hang on, I want to see if it shows up. I got to move these books, but I got something I found on the shelf that I wanted to show you all what I used to make. Hold that thought. I'll be right back. Oh, crap. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Where'd it go? There it is. So there's, for those folks who say, yeah, sure, you worked on jet engine parts. Well, guess what? Here is one. All right. And there was a nick in the back of this one. And, we had to machine their extremely tight tolerances. See that channel right there? I redesigned a tool because putting that channel in there, this is titanium. And so there's a big hub that these slide into. All right. This root here is very close in tolerance. I mean, like within a thousandth and a half. There is no wiggle on these things, right? And every one of these things has gotta be right. So I used to make the gauges that made these right. Okay. So, but I found this when I was cleaning up the other day, and I was like, holy crap. I can't remember what stage this is, but the length of the blade, it means that it's further close to the front of the engine. because when you get towards the back of the engine, and in the compression stage of it, they also turn into steel because it's much hotter. And this is titanium. And so this is close to the front of the engine. But anyway, so for folks who say, well, yeah, okay, he says he's an engineer and he talks a big deal, but here's a fan blade. Not supposed to have it, right? And it was a junk one. It couldn't be used for nothing, but they would send them back and remelt them and use them again. But um, I wish I could remember. I think this goes like on a Rolls Royce engine or something like that, uh, because this was a new design we got just before I left there. But anyway, so for some folks, what looks like the real deal may actually be a smokescreen. So what time is it now? Oh, it's opposite uh, Jeannie in the bayous. You hungry now? Carpal tunnel, yeah, and all that. Right. Yeah, y'all don't make me hungry. You know, um, I haven't for some reason. Um, I haven't eaten much the last couple days. I've just realized I'm like, wait a minute, what'd you eat yesterday? Well, I don't know. Well, I had a this or that. Well, yesterday, since I'd been to the store, I had a really nice T-bone steak today. Me and Doug are both. He got the bone and some nice choice cuts off my steak, but it was $6.25, and it was a nice big one, and it was tender. It was good. So I know there are folks that are like, oh well, I can't get nothing here. There was stuff missing in the store, but there was plenty of other food. You know, there were steaks and hamburgers and this and that in the freezer and whatever. So for me in a small town down here in South Georgia, where some folks are like, well, there's no food or nothing, whatever, we seem to be all right. There are some bare patches on the shelves. It ain't perfect, okay? And they're like, there were only two bags of sugar, two-pound bags of sugar and either store that I went to in Coolidge, cupboards are bare, man. Eating a piece of avocado. I bought some grapes, the green ones and the purple ones, because the IGA had, oh, and fresh bananas. That's one thing that I was like, and these are really green, but I'll eat them from green to mush, you know. I just love bananas. But yeah, when I went to and a new they had the the red potatoes, the new potatoes. They'd just gotten a batch in, so I got me another 5 pounds of you know red potatoes. We call them new potatoes down here, but I don't know how new they are, but they are red potatoes, that's for sure. But they have other kind too. Recently, they've been selling a potato that's a yellow on the inside. I can't remember if I had any or not, but I just grabbed one bag the other day because I was in a hurry and was like, well, what about if I get too many potatoes? I can't eat them all right away and they'll start growing in the refrigerator and they end up in the garden, which is okay in and of itself. But some jambalaya, yeah. And Travis, I really used to like crawdads, but somebody treated me to some, and I mean, they were like as fresh as you could get here in South Georgia, dropped off to me like here. And I was like, well, thank you, right? And put them in and made myself some boil up, because you got to do them right away. You don't wait. And so I put them crawdads in there and steamed them up good, and by the time I got done, there was so little in the crawdads that I was like, why am I doing this? Yeah, I mean, honestly, why am I doing this? For the effort and everything. Yes, the flavor. Yes, it's different. Yeah, but I was like, but I don't know if I used to catch crawdads back on the river and stuff like that. I just don't care to anymore. It's like if I had to, I would, but just doesn't seem to be worth it for especially to the crawdad. Having raised them right outside the window here and stuff, and they're all in the swamp in the backyard and stuff. But there was a period a couple of years ago, it got so dry, there weren't any. I mean, I've got little we made crawdad traps and placed them all along the rivers and stuff, and put them on a rope, sort of like a crab trap, just smaller, and chunk it out there in the river, and with something in it tied inside, and they'll crawl in there, and you go along and stand on the bank and pull the river, pull the basket up and see what's in there, and okay, nothing there, and no matter where we went on the river, where we had gone before previously, and with success, not like dozens, but you'd get a crawdad or two. And we always had we're going to throw the little ones in because they ain't going but, a year or two later, go in them same areas thinking, there should be crawdads back in there because they were there before. None, nothing. Yeah, big mud bugs. Yep. And now, but here's the thing, Travis. My point about this was they were really nice size crawdads. And I didn't overboil them, I mean, you can cook the snot out of them and there won't be nothing inside them shells. But I was surprised, and maybe I just hadn't noticed before. But by the time I got done cooking them, I was like, this just isn't worth it. It was a mess. It was smelly because they're crawdads. And so if I was in a pinch and I needed to, I would absolutely go, crawdad hunting. And at nighttime, if you take a light, their eyes will shine bright, and you can scoop them right up out of the water if you're doing, if especially down in the swamp, and you go through these patches, and take your dip net, and if they you get a dip net that doesn't have too small of a in the net. So it actually, if they're too small, then they'll just slip right on through the net. And you only really want the big ones. Used to live in Delhi, so to the French Quarter, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm still going to probably have some and whatever, but as far as where I used to like really hunt them and want them, and nah, not anymore. A good friend of mine, was the Cajun cook, and I worked with him over the many years. Went to the car shows and was his fry cook, and nobody could keep up with me on a grill. I know how to run a grill. you know, 560 people with one person on the grill, me. 560 people in less than 3 hours. Well, we'll just say 3 hours from 11 to 2. 560 hamburgers, almost 600 one day in 3 hours. I'm bad, dude. They don't call me Hawkeye or nothing. There's some really strange noises around tonight, I'll tell you. Getting strange wind up and high in the trees, branches and things coming out. And it's almost 4 o'clock. And I am tired. I have was on the air earlier and then on the air again and then now. And I've been 3 hours and 35 minutes into this. I love you all. Thank you for being kind to me and let me read the stories. Um, I don't know. Some of the stories that I read, I just go, that's interesting. And then there are others, there's just something about the story that just like, wow, you know? Um, like how he killed, how the light guy, got rid of Man Eagle using his own tricks against him kind of thing. So I just find it interesting. But that also that like the story about the quill work girl and the seven brothers, in how the youngest of them had some kind of magical powers and said, "That's okay. I'm going to turn us all into stars." And the vision of the girl, she said, those seven brothers will be seen and admired by all. And so they ended up as stars in the sky to this day. In a way, that's a lovely story. But they were being chased by a giant buffalo, and giant trees and magic. But it's an old story. So what's true about that. And it might be that the story about where the stars are, because there is from some of the tribe evidence that some folks came out of the Big Dipper, Little Dipper kind of area of space. I know that's a hell of a big, but I mean versus the South or someplace else, I mean, more in that. And there are a lot of, I say, hidden things up in there. And when you do deep space looking, there are a lot like M42 and this one and that. There are a lot of star systems and galaxies up in around the North Pole and in that area up in there. I've done some sky search and stuff like that. There's a bunch of stuff up there. Just saying. So I'm going to pretend it's 4:20 and say good morning to you all. We got 5 minutes before the top of the hour, right? Yeah. Hey, Michelle. I'll send you an email tomorrow or reply or something. But anyway, um, things just all of it. I wasn't doing anything, and then all of a sudden I was. Like phone calls from a couple of people. I mean, it was all good. Don't get me wrong, but where I had nothing planned and well, actually planned on working on my truck, but it ended up that other things happened. It's okay, everything's fine. And but I didn't get really done what I had kind of sort of planned. Um, is M42 and Orion? Yeah. But when I did, I went to school to be an astronomer. Okay, I mean, honestly, went to school. That's how serious I was about it back in 71, 2. Like, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be an astronomer. And then I had a really bad accident that just changed everything. And damn near took me out. But so I have forgotten a lot more than I can remember. But I will remember like something will draw me to a particular part of the sky. And then I'll, this one uh, stellarium web online. It, so if any of you want to look at the sky, the out there, Stellarium Web Online is excellent. You can zoom in, and the more you zoom into the sky, there are things that are hidden out there where most people will only zoom in so far. I would find a star, zoom into it, and then zoom in past it. Okay, okay, all right. So, but as far as deep object looking, I have looked in some of these same areas. I remember my star charts. And so from the old days and going, oh, yeah, there was that star cluster up here. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, I forgot about that one from the old days, right? So, but the stellarium, I can't speak on the other ones because I have this program, but pick a spot in the sky, pick one. But if you will zoom in past whatever thing you're looking at, and other things will come into view because there's a focal length of, so you can see this star or Saturn or whatever it is you're looking at. You can see it really good and you zoom in and all that, but then all of a sudden, if you look to the left or right, you can see other things kind of in the background. So as you change the focus and zoom in more, there are all kinds of things that are like in the deeper space. It's amazing, right? And I've got a small scope. I got a big telescope over there, but I don't have all the lenses. But having looked at you know, one was a 10-inch, uh, I guess a reflector, and a 12-inch, or a 12 or a 16. Anyway, big mirrors, okay, big telescopes. When at the university down there in Tampa back in the day. So we'd go out as class one, one day a week. And some days it wasn't very good and it was cloud cover and whatever. But seeing, being able to look at it with your own eye without some kind of picture or some kind of, and you go, holy crap, is that what it really looks like? Holy crap. Oh, there's Jupiter. There, the moon. Holy crap. When you look at it through a telescope on your own, it's simply amazing. So, but I still have telescopes, and so there are places in the sky. It's like, so I've checked them with stellarium. Is my point. So if I see something on stellarium, I'll go, well, let me get my little viewer thingy out here, and let me go to that approximate spot in the sky, and let me zoom in with my own little telescopy thing here and see if I see anything. And oh yeah, it's been really right a lot. So, as far as, and from my humble opinion, no, I'm not going to verify every damn star out there. But for my point, as some of the star clusters and galaxies and things in different quadrants of some around Orion, um also near Andromeda, the Andromeda strain and all that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look around Andromeda, there's stuff in there, the giant square, the great square. There's stuff in Scorpio, you know. Further out, yeah, Scorpio, that was right. I was really surprised at the stuff that was in around Scorpio. Oh man. But so, but the thing is so I've checked it online and then I will use the telescope to see if it's anywhere close. And it's more close than not. And it's probably right on. But you want to learn, you want to see. I'm really impressed with that program, Stellarium. So, anyway, you want to learn about the sky and it will do it in real time. As you're watching it, the sky will move, and so, or you can set the time at the bottom if you want. You can skip days. You can go back and set a date. What did the sky look like then? So it's cool and it's free. I can't wait. It's 4:02 in the morning time. On 12/8/2021, Hawkeye, Two Feathers, and Friends. It's been a long day for me and reading stories and doing live streams and still here. I love you all. I do. But this cat's got a scat. Uh, and I this time, if Barry's still sleeping in the background, uh, he go, Hawkeye. He says, you'll say something like, "Man, I got to go to the toilet," and he goes, an hour later, he said, "I'll be sitting there going, is he gonna has he peed himself or not?" Like, that's true, but whatever it is, there are times when it's like, well, if I had stood up at that time, I would have had to pee. So just sitting here, whatever. But I have thought about it and go, he's dead right about that. I was like, man, I got to pee, and I did. But then getting into a chat and I go, well, wait a minute, did I not have to pee? Is you know, is the chair wet? Did I make a mistake here and didn't know? you know. But anyway, so interesting times ahead. There's the comment that's out there now. And so now that I got my good night, you too, Travis. Yeah, I got stuff. Well, if it's raining, I just can't do it. You too, David Castle. Keep up the good work, everybody. And I'm gonna beat that dead horse, as they would say. Let's push the simple New Year's thing. Have a good year. You know, let's keep our mantra simple so they can't swipe it from us. And my spirit guides are like, they're like, tell them now, tell them. Like, okay. But it's about the single, simple messages. And they keep repeating it over and over and over. And that's what we can do. And it's just, and we pass it along very simply, but they're like, in a way, kind of hollering at me like, this is really important. Okay, we can do this. So rather than focus on any kind of negative or what if scenarios, we just say we all are just gonna have a good year, period. That keeps it so simple. And there's so much meaning in that single statement. But they're telling me that if we make, oh, I'm thankful for this, and we pray for peace. Yeah, they have showed this to me as it for every time we break it down, it fractures the message in the prayer. And in a way, it really does make sense. A lot of meaning in just a few words, you know, and holds it holds the energy beam together. It would be like, certain flashlights or light diffraction or whatever, but energy in that way. So, uh, man, they're really hammering this at me. But so do what you can to spread the simple words, you know, have a good year, positive hope, not in anything particular. It's just going to be a good one. Blah, 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 okie dokie, whatever it means to you. And I'm trying to find something so I can shut the thing off. I hope to be back into your now moment again. Late night soul tribers are the goodest. Well, okie doke. Yeah, it's you know it depends on the days and what's going on and what I got going on here. But Tuesday nights and I try to do something around Thursday or Friday. But so I try at least once or twice a week to hang out with you all. But then this afternoon, early this evening, just it was on my brain and needed to come out, before I forgot it. But anyway, so y'all be safe. Keep up the good work. Each and every day I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives and relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Every day when me and Duggar go outside and put our 2 foot, he's got 4 foot on the ground, we continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Remember, none of us are actually alone in this universe. It may be feel big and spacious and spacey, but we're not alone. And in that law of three that seems to work for me, I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings that are there in the universe. So the simplest thing is remember we are a part of the universe. However you want to view it, simple statement. Yes, we're all part of the universe, which means yes, each and every one of us on this planet are star children because we are made of stardust. Um, we are stardust. We are golden. We are billion-year-old carbon. And we've got to get ourselves back to the garden. Little high. By the time we get to Woodstock, we were 500,000 strong and everywhere. Anyway, but we are stardust. We are golden. So keep that thought in mind. In the back of my head, it's like, I guess because I grew up in the 60s and 70s and got stoned and tripped a lot, it's never left me that, yes, we are stardust. And, so, but anyway, so thank you. Uh, You're absolutely welcome, Michelle, and everybody else. Y'all don't have to get in there at uh yep, we are Stardust. That's right. And so for those times in the world, like, when life gets you down or whatever, there are times when you know how it works, songs will come into your mind. And then there are times when I will pick a song to remind myself that we are stardust, we are golden, we are billion-year-old carbon, and we got to get back to the garden. And so, in a lot of ways, we're still working on that. But the message has been clear for a lot of us, Bible or no, that connecting with the spirit, staying connected with the universe, and, you know, of course, we're star seeds. So I give honor to those people who are trying to bring a new meaning to very old stories, legends, and beliefs in the discussion of star seeds. Uh, I'm really picking on them, ain't I? I was there at one time, honestly, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm a star seed. I'm a," it's like, wait. But my spirit guides have said it's more than that. It's because we're part of the earth, and because we're part of the earth and our connection. And yeah, okay, we're starseed. Yeah, but back up. Let's learn some and understand some very basic, simple things, but that are really important. And some of this stuff gets skipped over. And like when yeah, it's 3:11. Yeah, I know. Guess what? I'm probably going to be here for the next couple of minutes because I got something on my mind that wants to come out. If anybody makes it this far in the video, but I need to put it out there. But um, there are so many things that the interpretation or galactic message or the star seed or something, it's like they're trying to use ET's version of explaining it when we're human beings, where human beings on this planet has lived for a long time, And there are things that were just natural to us before technology took over and changed our grounding and changed. I mean, we didn't have TVs that were like this back in the day, and we would be outside with a fire and looking up at the stars and, listening to the radio, some music maybe. But everything is techno geeko somehow, and people are watching movies outside, watching the stars, which was so stupid to me. If you're going to watch the stars, turn off the damn. But anyway, um, so our connection to the universe, without making it overly complicated, is simple. Yes, we're connected in all kinds of wonderful, special ways. Instead of trying to gain a power, why not develop a talent? And developing your talent, new talents, finding new hobbies, other ways to expand whatever it is that you do or know, anything helps. Use both hands in the video that I did. There's still some people that think that's stupid, but it ain't. Oh, something's outside Duggar don't like. Got him up off his bed kind of thing. But anyway, so with all everything that's going on, when people want to make it too complicated, when we just remember and we pass along these basics to people without going into a lot of expectation, regardless of the religion, you can, if they get onto something, you say, well, do you feel like you're a part of the universe? And what? Well, spiritually speaking, do you feel that you're a part of the universe? Good, bad, up, down, but do you feel like you're a part of it? Or does this like not matter? I mean, because that'll weed out a lot of people. I don't give a shit about that stuff. But to those folks that will go, well, yeah, I do, and it ain't about heaven or hell, but you can ask them, well, do you believe in any kind of afterlife or anything like that? But and so And if they go, yeah, well, see, they're already believing a lot of this stuff already. And so you can say, well, you're already there. And they go, what? Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing you go to church and read the Bible and all that. But, you know, the fact that you realize that you're part of the universe, the fact that you realize and that you have faith that it does, the fact that you believe in an afterlife, whatever it is, however, Catholic, it doesn't matter. If you believe in the simple question of some kind of afterlife or whatever, not necessarily reincarnation, but just stick with one. If you might push it with the next one, well, what about reincarnation then? Do you believe in that? So without making any kind of religious or whatever attacking, there's simply asking in a baseline format simple questions. Well, I don't care what religion you are, but do you believe in afterlife? Well, yeah, we do in the Bible. Okay. You don't have to go into detail, but you know, so how do we approach people to get them to basically understand? A lot of these folks who are so reliant on the Bible and their churches are losing faith because of society. So we reinforce what they already know. And they already know they believe in some kind of heaven or afterlife. They already know they believe in some kind of spiritual, So, but they're pretty much there, period. You know, we don't have to beat them over the head to get them to go the rest of the way. We kind of nudge them, because screaming and hollering and jumping up and down, it don't work. But as these new years come in, we can nudge them into the fact that they, I don't, it, whatever the religion, whatever gets them there, I'm good. But the thing is that if you think that you have to have it, you've already got these things that you're aware of. Don't forget that. You are part of you are, yep. Doesn't matter about any kind of words and nothing else. And all the other words and stuff can help you and but it's there, right? So it's 4:20 coming up here in what? Man, oh, here are my glasses. 2 minutes. So I'm gonna do one more, and I've already said the prayer. So, but I do continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So, what we need to do with folks is just simply remind them, you know, well, this stuff's going to get us and whatever, and go, yeah, but you're a part of you're a child of the universe. You don't have to go into special stuff. You know, do you believe in spirit? Yeah, okay, you're there. Do you believe in something? Yeah, okay, you're there. All right, you're already part of the club and you don't even know it, You are members of the League of Like Minded Beings, and you're not even aware of it. You've already joined, and you didn't even know it because you didn't get a notice in the mail. One more minute, okay? So, to my dear friends and Soul Tribe members, to the dear members of the League of Like Minded Beings, you know, will we get what we want this next year? What I want for next year is for them folks not to get what they want for their next year. Hey, Katniss, how are you? So, my New Year's prayer, but I'm just going to kind of, work around it. But what do I hope for next year? If I was to like discuss what I'm hoping for next year is that they don't get what they want. That's all. If they don't get what they want, I'm gonna be tickled shitless, And we're all gonna be out there doing the whirly twirly dance. I'm gonna be out there like a whirling dervish, and I would do it. I would do it. I'd rub some, you know, stuff on my back, and I'd get out there dancing. I'm sorry, Katniss. I learned a friend of mine. God, I hope he's okay, but he was having emergency surgery yesterday because of his heart. So, and I haven't heard from him, and I'll try to call later on this day, but I was a little chicken to call him, but I'm sorry about that. I'm hoping my friend Randy's okay, but when people, I mean, when folks got a really bad heart and they've had this heart attack and that heart attack and this bypass and that, and it's just like after so many times, the muscles and everything is, yeah, and he's younger than I am, a Marine, and um, he's like, I'm going to fight to stay alive because a year ago he was in the hospital and died 3 or 4 times. He was in a coma for a month, and they wanted to unplug him, and his wife said, "Oh hell no!" And about a week later, he came out of it. I talked about it in some videos back then, but uh, um, the trailer that had lawnmower flipped over, and one of them big riding lawnmowers landed on his chest. But so anyway, the fact that he got out of it and walked, and the doctors, and then you'll never walk again, and he proved them all wrong. So the fact that a year later, actually more than a year, that he's still around and kicking, but we had talked about this that um, sometimes, you know, um, if the heart muscles or whatever are just They've been sewed up too many times, too much scar tissue. And I've been operated on a few times on my neck and stuff. Boy, do I know what that means, scar tissue. And down my leg where they had put that, 15-inch steel plate and screwed it to my femur. Yep. So I know about that kind of stuff. But I've not had any, knock on wood, any kind of ailments with any organs. I've had some kidney bladder problems, but I'm 70 years old almost, and a lot of old men have these issues. So, but I'm grateful that I'm not incontinent at the moment, and that I don't have to wear Depends. And I've had some moments, but I'm still lucky. So, it could be a lot worse, and I would hope that it would be better. But this next year, whatever comes, my way, our way, I'm just going to greet it as a new adventure. If La Palma, part of the mountain falls into the ocean, we'll find out who was right or wrong about the tidal wave. You know what I mean? So it's like, could it happen? Who knows? I didn't think this thing would still be spewing and cracking it and open it. So who knows, right? And I used to lay awake and worry about it. All right. I'm very concerned about elevations. It's a really weird kind of, um, got to wash your hands all the time kind of thing. What's my elevation? Anyway. But so y'all stay safe and remember, uh, it's a 4:24 now. So this is my good night bowl. Good morning, everybody. Katniss and everybody. There ain't nobody out there now. But y'all, I love you. I do. And Katniss, if you're just getting here on the rewind of this, I read straight through without any kind of remarks or whatever several native legend stories that were too long to do on the Milky Way Soul Tribe. So I was in the mood, and in between stories, there's a little bit of chatter and smoking a bowl and talking with folks, and then I do another story. So if you want to rewind this and see it from the beginning, uh, at the moment, I can't tell you what the stories are. I've had one too many, and it's very early in the morning, and I'm almost asleep sitting here, looking at y'all. Go, wow. If I close my eyes, or don't close your eyes because you'll be asleep. But anyway, um, so have a great tomorrow. Well, or today, as this is Wednesday, um, December the 8th, 2021. And Katniss, since you got here a little bit late, I did a video early yesterday on the 7th, but later, you know what I mean. Anyway, and we clear our heads for this next year. We are very thankful that we made it through this year, but with all the people who are trying to project financial or spiritual or whatever is going to happen to us in the future, we don't listen to none of it. We keep an eye on it, but for us, if we focus on any one of those things that could happen, then we lend our energy to that. So my spirit guides have been kicking my butt the last day, this last week, sorry, and today, to make sure that people understand that what we wish for people, and they're behind this four letters, is um, have a great year. Keep it simple. What do you want n- next year? To have a great year. Well, what do you want out of it? To have a great year and for everybody else to have a great year. Well, but with that, whatever our personal wishes or desires is in that intent. If it peace on earth or whatever. But when we break it up into smaller pieces, it diffracts the hard intent of what we really want. Keep it simple spiritually, you know. Okay, so but in this, Katniss, uh, and you know, I say this with great reverence. That these folks that chat with me, a lot of for me, they never steered me wrong. And I there are times when I get really strong, whatever messages, and on this particular message about all of us, if we stay focused, keep an eye on them crazy people, but we don't let our emotions get away with it. We don't try to worry about what they might have. I mean, like I said earlier on in two videos today, that they're selling the EMP story again. Oh, the EMP is going to wipe us out. Oh, the EMP is going to, like, holy crap. How many times are y'all going to, holler wolf, right? To bring up old stories. And folks just ain't buying it. They just ain't paying attention. And they ain't paying attention to the point where, I mean, they really ain't paying attention. They have oversaturated people and only crazy people like us. But, I've realized, and we've discussed this, that how much they're trying to saturate us with this. So the best thing to do and coming up is try our best not to worry about what could happen because that sends negative energy into the future, which is absolutely not what we want. So, in order to stay clean and clear, each person's got their own value and idea and concept of what a great year would mean or a good year, other than tires or a blimp. But that, to have a good year is a really good wish and very simple. Happy New Year. Well, okay, well, that's just a happy new year. Yeah, okay, but happy, ha, 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 but, being happy might not be really a good year. Um, I try to live in the moment. Yeah. But I mean, there are some folks, and it's because they're really pushing it in a lot of different levels. And it's really easy to even temporarily, maybe not for you, but for some other folks. So what we do is just promote, have a good year, and leave it at that. And that's the new mantra. They're like really selling it to me hard. Like, have a good year. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Because I don't promote stuff, but they're really wanting me to like push this for the next couple weeks. So we will all, I think it's because of the great experiment that we have become, simply because we show up and I'm here and you're here and that we share our psychic energies, we share our auras and you know what I mean? So um, our thoughts and prayers and love and so I I am so many times I sit here and have my chats with the spirit guides and go, I am so humbled. And it was not an experiment when I began, but after having watched this channel and the people who have come and be here in the middle of the night, 5 in the morning or whatever, and the fact that with that we have becomes a family of folks, right? And everybody agrees or they don't say it, right? And that's wonderful because none of us want to force anybody into any kind of thought or whatever, because that's the whole point. But so many of us have had realizations and stuff over the years, but in this war of words and souls and spirits and stuff, Um, if well, let's all pray for peace. Okay. Well, let's all pray for to wipe out hunger. Okay. What if in which fractures our what we want, our desire, in the four-letter statement of have a good year, to have a good year would mean that people would be fed. It would mean that people would have houses. It would mean, you know what I mean? So it includes everything in four words without any kind of, well, what does it mean? Well, what does it mean to you? So, it's a good message and they want me to promote it. And so yeah, you live in the moment, yeah, but you also got to know if it's going to rain in the next day or so. You also got, I mean, there's living in the moment, but then I live in the moment all the time, but I am still aware of quote possible future events in that I got to go to town, I got to pay my taxes, certain things, right? So, yeah. But as far as the rest of the world and things that I cannot control, I just need to keep an eye on them folk. So, with that said, keep it simple spiritually. Keep it simple spiritually. Kiss. Um, seems to be the really man. Are they pushing on my brain with this? It's like the what I'm hearing in the background is like they're saying, no, you don't understand. Mankind really needs to just focus and, and just stay there, for the next couple of weeks. And going into this, we really need to. And I don't really get this kind of stuff, right, from my message boards. And they're being very emphatic about these four words. And I'm like, okie dokie. So, I mean, okay, guys, gals, folks, I got it. Now I want to unhook and I need to go to sleep, but they're really pushing it hard. So I would hope that if you see the value in that and how just keeping our wants very simple to have a good year and spread that cheer, and whatever it means to everybody, our prayer won't get fractured. You know, I, for some reason, here recently where I've had a discussion about them stealing our prayers and stuff like that, and changing words around so that what people think they're praying for is not really what they're praying. But anyway, so and seeing the shysterism of it, and it's just all over the place in a lot of places. And I don't talk about some of these things that they're saying, but if you're aware of it at all, you can go, wow, that's a bunch of crap right there. Oh, look, there's another pile of crap right there that somebody wrote. Oh, that right there. Ha 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 ha. You know what I mean? So, but the thing is that it's there on all levels. They want to fracture our intent. They want to fracture everybody's. Well, I want good things. I want people to get fed. Okay. Well, I want people. Okay. Well, I want nothing wrong with it. But if that's the only place you focus, then that's the only place that gets energy. But if everybody focuses on a simple term, that means a bunch of stuff. I hope that there's a feeling in the universe. You're getting married in January. Oh, you're welcome. Especially, I can't judge if people get what I'm talking about or not. But if this resonates with you about future events, just go ahead and do it. Well, we're going to get married. Okie doke. Don't care whatever else is going on. Y'all going to get married. Having been married several times myself. So, but anyway, if that's what you decide, and you've got a date for whatever reason, because you have to have a date, um, normally, even if it's, well, we'll go tomorrow, you know what I mean? But which was one of the marriages I had. Uh, really didn't work out that good neither. But um, I said earlier, whether it might have been in the other show, but it was today, in that I've been in several accidents that were not my fault. Other people ran into me and put me in the hospital and dang near killed me. So it wasn't me out racing and doing stuff, which I did do, but I was hit by other people from their accidents and their being, but the time when the scaffolding collapsed, did not intend that, you know what I mean? So, but when stuff happens, you just got to deal with what the next day is. Like when I was playing football and had my leg broken in 4 places, and all the years of therapy and crutches and all this stuff, and the fact that I still run across the yard a little bit every day when I come down the hill, just to remind me that I can still run, and I can go faster at times, but my back's been so sore, trotting works. You know what I mean? But anyway, I love you. Have a great day. Have a better tomorrow. And we just keep it simple with our prayers. They really pushing that. So if you know me long enough, then you kind of hopefully will understand that for some reason it seems to be important, you know. But it is simple, ain't gonna hurt nobody. There's nothing attached to it, you know what I mean? Like any religion or anything like that. Just have a good year. Period. Simple. Rest well. You too. And God, I feel like a broken record. So thank you. And I'll get back with you, Michelle and Katniss. Have a great day. All y'all be safe. And I do continue to pray every day. But thank you, Bob, for letting us have it it froze up a couple of times here on my end, but um, at 4 hours and 22. How about that? At 4:40 a.m. on December the 8th, 2021. All of y'all that come here and visit are always in my prayers. So keep up the good work, keep up the good energy, despite what shit they throw at us. We just got to smile and go, okay, all right, okay, and learn to adapt. But here's the thing. Yeah, thank you for being here. But remember that we've already helped each other out through this further than a lot of other people are. And so our calmness and patience and a smile will go a long way. Okay, keep up that good work. Cheers, everybody. Be safe. All righty, righty. And Duggar says, until next time, bye. TTFN.